Welcome to another painting discourse. Welcome to Asylum Atelier. Welcome to my studio. I had a lot of fun yesterday with a really bad painting Friday, and the moment that I came back to studio today, earlier in the morning, I had that feeling that I should use that creative energy and push through some problems with my main composition, which is something that I've been working on for a while. So I switched today to a digital, or actually its title is the digital versus classical, but it's not in the sense that, I don't want to talk about which one is better and which one is worse, which one I prefer. It's not about that. It's more about integration of these two words together, because I don't think that they work against each other. I never thought that way, not even for a second. And it comes out, it really kind of, how would I put this? Well, it has everything to do with the fact that from the beginning I was interested in every kind of medium, every kind of possible way to work. And since naturally, before I even paint, before I even paint, no, let me rephrase that. Before I even pick up the brush, I was interested in technologies, more like in the mechanical sense. But then, computers showed up, and I don't want to say that I'm like the best when it comes to computers. That's not at all, especially not when it comes to social networking and that kind of keeping up with all the new latest app updates. That's not necessarily my style, but I like to use and implement digital work. And I work digitally a lot, I would say. Not as much as with the classical painting, but this is something that I really enjoy as another part of that technique that we talk about, because I think about digital painting as another technique that you can add to your repertoire that you have. And I think it's very, very important and very useful tool. I don't want to talk about like a specific software that I use, because again, that's not that important, and I'm not really that good with interface. I still think about these digital mediums as I have one brush and I have a one layer, and I'm just gonna go for it when I paint, because that's how I think about painting in general. So instead of Control Z, I go and I repaint that. And actually, I think there is a video that I did a bad painting Friday, actually digitally once. So you might want to check that out. It's pretty crude, and you can see that even though I claim that I work digitally, this is more about I'm going from that different mindset that software is here to just. I mean, I know that the softwares these days are pretty powerful. They can do all kinds of crazy stuff, starting from adjustment layers all the way to AI these days. But that's a whole nother set of skills, and not only a set of skills. There's a whole nother it's a whole nother path that I would have to take in order to get really into all these awesome ways to use a Photoshop. And since my primary focus is classical oil painting, I really transfer everything that I do in oil to Photoshop, and basically I use just a color wheel and brush, and sometimes I do Control Z only because it's kind of like a muscle memory, um, I would say. And the reason why I don't like to do Control Z that much, even in Photoshop, is because um, uh, oh, thank you. I didn't even. I was just again into my own zone, my own space. Even though I'm on the computer, it's just somehow it's really crazy. I don't pay attention to what's happening on the other monitor. Then I have to be really. I really have to start checking that secondary monitor a little bit more. I promise I will. Thank you for liking that painting. Is actually I was trying to play with that raw file of the photograph that I took. This is maybe a little bit more into that warm side, a little bit more saturated. It and I tested it on 3 different displays and monitors, and I kind of set it up and queued it towards the one that I use for the one that I use for actually using a digital medium. And just to get back to what I was saying is that I really focus on applying, or actually integrating these 2 worlds together. I don't think, as I mentioned, I don't think about them as a 2 worlds that they fight between each other, even though it might look that way sometimes, especially on the internet, because that's something that people really, for some weird reason, gravitate towards too. It's like the argument rather than just improvements. And I think that they live parallel to each other, painting and digital painting. And I think that they sometimes they cross the paths if I need them, and if I don't need to overlap them, then I don't. I don't necessarily think that one is better than the other. And probably the most important part is that I enjoy to look at digital art. I think that's something that is very important. That and it might be because I have experienced both worlds throughout my lifetime. That means that I started extremely analog, and I kind of grow up with that slow progression to a digital. And I'm not saying necessarily with the painting right now, but I remember my first was it Nokia 3310, the famous one, the indestructible one, right? So that was the introduction to digital world for me, and I love that analog cell phone that I used to use. That was really only about text messages and calls, and that was it. And maybe 1 or 2 famous games on that Nokia. One of them, I believe, was Snakes. Anyway, again, I'm just trailing off. So I felt like that's a part of that generation that I grew up in. That I have that slow progression. So when I'm thinking about, let's say, my parents, they are completely analog. They love to be analog. They just they preferred it. I'm not saying that they're not using cell phones. Of course they do, but they have a different idea about what the cell phone is for than I do, and and I'm pretty sure that the younger generation have a completely different idea about cell phones that I have. Right, I have experienced, you know, children coming to even to my studio and automatically playing with the displays like they're all touch responsive. It's pretty amazing to observe kids to play with. They're holding the brushes, of course not with oils and chemicals, but with with the non-harmful, non-toxic pigments. And then they switched to a digital, and they, you know, I was just like touching like the screens and everything. That for them, mouse and keyboard, it's kind of like a weird interface. I don't know even how to describe it. I don't know, maybe you guys experienced it as well. But this is something that is so interesting to observe, how much they trail, or you know, like how far it went through my life, and I don't feel that I'm that old. Through my lifetime, was that, you know, I and since, you know, the my country is a little bit, I would say, I used to be, not anymore, but used to be, it was always like a 10 years behind to the latest trends in US, let's say, or Europe, because it's everything is digital right now. We are practically on the same page all the time. It's just you know, implementing these technologies might be a little bit challenging for us here, but I just want to break that stigma that it's either digital or classical, and I'm purist in classical painting, and therefore I'm not even going to touch the Photoshop. I think that's just, if someone says something like this would be probably a red flag for me. That this person kind of I don't know, I'm not the purist. I'm looking at the classical painting the same way. I don't like to be, you know, like, oh, you were such a colorist. Oh, you were such a tonalist. You don't. Well, why would I? I don't know. I don't know. I feel that exploration, and I talk about this exploration all the time, and that journey, and just you know, being searching for that frontier and then pushing that frontier forward. It's extremely important for me, and I like to do that. I'm not saying that if you want to paint like Caravaggio, and the only thing that you care about it's living in the late. Or in the mid or early 15th century, it doesn't really matter, because it's just it's really difficult to put the numbers on those on the Baroque, for me especially, because I see, you know, that timeline. Not that this is when Renaissance ended and the next day it was Baroque. I don't think it worked that way. It goes through the evolution, and yeah, that's why I decided to just show you another part of my personal studio work, or atelier work, which would be, this is going to sound funny, this is going to be behind the scenes, I guess. We're getting into that Inception territory, so get ready for that, because it's going to get this rabbit hole. It's really deep and probably might not even have an end. What I want to do today, it's just, I was kind of not dissatisfied. I was not happy. I was not happy with my painting. Not necessarily. I was not happy. I am concerned about certain things, and I have to address certain things that I dislike. About it, and it's not necessarily a dislike. There are some questions that they need to be answered, and I know that I talk about a lot in terms of you know, that kind of abstract concepts, and some of these abstract abstract concepts, I need to, I feel, is it the urge? Maybe I feel the urge to show you what I mean by some of these abstract concepts, especially when we talk about the composition, because that's something that we are I'm talking we are like there's a everyone that feels the same way as I do, and I shouldn't. So I should talk about my specific work probably, so that I don't get into some kind of arguments. Especially because I'm going to work digitally right now, and I'm expecting some of you that are really good with digital media to not necessarily prove me wrong, but widen or open my eyes a little bit more when it comes to digital. But instead of talking about what's the difference between digital and classical, I want to talk about what it's the same and always will be the same, and something that it's absolutely the same idea whether you work digital or classical, because and then it's not only about digital and classical, that's also about writers and sculptors and people that basically work creatively, because that's something that's the starting point for all of us. It doesn't really matter which direction you're going to run. We're starting from the same point all the time, and that's that blank canvas. They even when I'm checking the interface with software, they call it canvas. The area that you work with, you're calling canvas. So I'm thinking about that always as a blank canvas, whether it's a digital or classical. So, and I like to, I would like to show you a couple of ideas rather than just showing you how to paint digitally, because that's not really my forte. I'm thoroughly enjoying it during the Bad Painting Fridays, so I might do more of these digital digital sessions. I'm sorry, digital sessions, and more of that digital painting discourse. But I don't even I don't even want to call it a digital painting discourse, because it's just a painting discourse. Right, so let's get into it. And by the way, I forgot to tell you that, as always, do not watch this video because it has no entertaining value for you at all. But if you are going to disobey my suggestion, please join me and just grab a piece of paper, because I always have a paper on me that I use to draw, because I can't work without it. So there's a bunch of pens and everything that I need right here. I'm just afraid to show it because it's a mess there. So grab maybe digital media, maybe try it for the first time. I know that there is a plenty of free software that you can use, and you can just jump right into it. And if you are younger, I'm pretty sure that you are already familiar with all the digital software and apps. Recently I checked, I just watched some videos about ZBrush being finally on iPad, so I might try that as one of my it's my hobbies. Sculpting is a hobby. I really love that three-dimensional objects. And I remember I have a very good friend, great artist, person who actually got me into drawing and pursuing art. And when I was asking, he's a sculptor, and when I was asking him about sculpting and asking him why did you just why did you move from painting and drawing to a sculpture, he said that because he was amazing draftsman, and he said that there was an urge to for him internally that he wanted to venture out from that two-dimensional space, which I found extremely interesting, that he felt that he needs to go out, that two-dimensional surface and lack of z-axis was so it just wasn't his shtick. I should say it wasn't his thing, and you know, it was amazing to see him sculpt and move forward with the sculpting. So, like I said, all these digital mediums are right now available. They are mostly free. You can test them, you can check them. You don't need a list of recommendations or anything like that. But yeah. It's a. I used to use. I think it was in on my older tablet. I think I used to use. What was it? Was it like a Sculptris or some? What was the name? It was like a knockoff ZBrush version. It was free app, I believe, or maybe I paid for it. I don't remember. And I enjoyed it a lot, but it was really just it was more like you have a sculpting studio, and then you go to a hobby center and you buy a little, you know, what's the Play-Doh or whatever it's called, you know. So it was that kind of a difference, and I heard good things about the ZBrush. Again, it has a like a learning curve to get into it, and I had the same problem because I am always used to use I'm working in the currently in the Photoshop right now, but I used to but I'm used to that kind of a environment, and then I tried Fresco on tablet, and it has completely different interface, which kind of threw me off. I was not like prepared for that. Like, things are different, and I heard that, you know, they had a lot of backlash because of that changing interface. But I have to support them in that decision, because iPad has it's completely different machine, or tablets for that matter. I'm using iPad at this moment, and it's for a different kind of, it has a different purpose, it has a different interface. Making it just the same old software, putting in the completely different device, it wouldn't work. And I know that I had to, you know, it's just kind of destroying that workflow for people that they are really hardcore muscle memory, old school interface. I understand that. I am the same way, but then I have to be tolerant to the fact that there is a younger generation that use Photoshop or any other medium completely differently, right? So there's that the difference between, you know, like we were in the analog and then digital, and right now they are like an old school digital to a new era of you know, using different ways to interface with the machines and computers. Like I said, I am old school keyboard mouse. I have a hard time to play games on controller. I just don't know. It's not mine. I mean, I have a controller. We painted it multiple times, but it's just a completely different way of thinking about what buttons I'm pressing and how do I move, right? So, and same goes for me using a computer and then switching to a tablet. It's just a weird thing. But I like it. I want to experiment more with that kind of a medium, and also I like to go and try to do some landscape paintings with my tablet. I've never done that. I want to just go out and just really go into that drawing and painting rather in my particular case. So that might be interesting. Another painting Friday that I was thinking about, and it's. Again, I'm forgetting about the comments. I'm so sorry about the chat. Yes, there is a Nomad. I heard about the Nomad. I didn't try that yet, but I think there were like two main ones. One was a Nomad and another company, and I don't remember the other app that I played with. But since again I was old school, when first time when I saw ZBrush, I actually this is a funny story. I sold my I don't want to. Okay, let's. This is gonna sound stupid, but it is what it is. I sold my fridge to a friend. Or actually, let me rephrase that. I exchanged my fridge for a computer so I can run a ZBrush on it a long time ago. So that's how much I really enjoyed that idea of ZBrush. I saw I was in the school in LA, and they had these computers that they use in the lab for students that work digitally, and I saw them working with 3D. I saw them working in the 3D, and they were having so much fun. And it was love on first sight with ZBrush. I actually met with people that they're creators of ZBrush. They were at our school. It was really long time ago. It was the really beginning of a ZBrush, and I think that they even they didn't call it 3D but 2.5D. I think it was really interesting to see it, because it was not like at the beginning it was not like a traditional 3D software like AutoCAD or these like really difficult the interface of AutoCAD. I remember when I opened it the first time, I didn't even know what I'm doing, what I'm looking at, right? So ZBrush was like a kind of in between step, like eased me into using a digital medium. I used ZBrush before I use painting or Photoshop for that matter, or Coral Paint, or Procreate right now. I believe is the one that it's used most when it comes to tablets, and it was pretty cool to see, to transfer things. And then they introduced those Z spheres, I believe it was, that you could just build like a wireframe from Z spheres and rig it and move it. It was just I was hooked in. I was working to the point that the computer that it was a laptop, right? It was an old one. To the point that I upgraded the RAM into it, and I blew the battery because it was running so hot and so slow. So I had to connect it I just disassembled it. I took out the battery, and then I put it on into electrical socket, and it was just a stationary. It was like a workstation rather than just a laptop. It wasn't a laptop anymore. And then, unfortunately, it got stolen because someone stole it in the school, in the academy. Not from the students. Someone wandered in through the door and just grabbed it and ran out with it, and I couldn't. And I didn't know that. I just heard that stop! Where are you going? And they just left. They just entered the academy door, and I was working in the studio, and I went out from the door. I saw those guys. They were looking, because we had like an open door. It wasn't like an open door. It was more like you could enter the main hall, and there were paintings all over the walls. So it was like a mini gallery, and there were entrances to a different studio through the main hall. And I remember that I get out. I said, "Hi guys, what's up?" and they were like, "Can we just look at the paintings?" I was like, "Yeah, sure, sure, of course." And I went to a kitchen, like the little kitchen area, to get the tea. And when I got back, they were gone, just running. It was just, you know, yeah, yeah. That was. And the fun fact is that the moment he took it, that was really old computer. It did not have any value. If you wanted to pound that computer, they would give you $20 for it. It was just, it made no sense for them to stealing it. But you know, it was very, very old MacBook Pro 17, believe it or not, very, very old. Like it was, I think it was from 2000 something, right? It was crazy. It was great. I loved that computer. It was my first MacBook that I ever used. And there was also a steep learning curve for me to use MacBooks. And today I actually use both. I think it's necessary to know how to use both. That's why I also use two different cell phones, the Android and the Apple as well. And same for computers. I have to use both because some things simply works better on a different machine, on a different software, and some doesn't work at all, right? So, and some of them, I used to use a Linux for a really long time, but then, you know, Linux is just another problem that for me, that I'm not really good with programming. So, and it's a little bit more like not more, it's a less user-friendly, like the regular user. So I don't want to, again, these tangents. How long am I talking again? Yeah, 40 minutes. That's crazy. That's crazy. Let's work a little bit. So let's talk about this composition. Let's talk about this a little bit more in terms of oh, let me put the gloves on since we have that inside joke running. So there's a glove. And let me maybe make this a little smaller so I can. This is cool. And the reason why I'm using like to use a Photoshop or the Corel Paint is that I can quickly go through some ideas without that worriness of breaking something or destroying something. This is probably the only time when I use a lot of layers. And I always do this. You probably see me do this a lot, only because this is the moment for me in terms of I guess that comment is about the computer. Probably they were desperate. Well, but that's okay. I mean, it's just with these specific things when it happens, you are more about losing the data that it's on that computer, like pictures and like libraries of PDF books that I had there, scans from, because parallel to this, I worked in the library and there was a lot of stuff that I kind of copied from the library for my personal use, and it was just hours and hours of work there. And the files, and there were no, I don't use it even right now, the cloud, but before it was not even a thing, right? And then you have pictures, from memorable events that you did, and it was a bummer. So I was not angry at all. I wasn't angry, but I wasn't angry about that someone stole my computer. I was angry because they stole a computer that has no value for anyone else except me, right? So that's that. coming back to this, this is probably where I spend most of my time when I work digitally. Believe it or not, this is the important part, and the reason is because this is what's gonna this is what I do when I paint. I always stepping back so I can see the picture as a whole, and the reason is that very simple. This on such a small scale, it still has to be attractive to look at, even though you can't recognize anything. And I can immediately point out certain problems right now when I'm looking at that. Maybe and it's also because this is giving me a slightly different perspective on what I'm looking at, right? Not only that, I will then go into just, my favorite, going upside down, and I'm just gonna be like this. And it's it's actually interesting because I used to do this at home, and I would spend, because I had a computer at home, there was no space for it in a shared environment, and I didn't want it, anybody to drop it on the floor, because I saw it multiple times with laptops and so on and so forth. Doesn't really matter. I used to sit at home and look at this for a really long time, to the point that they were asking me, like, what are you looking at? You're not doing anything, you're just looking. And just to give you a perspective on what I do when I look, I ask myself, and I go into, yes, you're absolutely right. So it's readable on the small scale, yeah, because that's that primal thing kicking in that we talked about multiple times. That these simple shapes, the graphic shapes that are so important. And I can tell immediately from looking at this here is that I like the fact, and let me just do some new layer. I like the fact that, and I'm going to draw with red, that this area right here, oops, I don't have a brush, that this area right here, these guys, the negative shape, they are flat. I really like that. When you look at it, they look really flat, and that creates compositionally nice contrast, or juxtapose this area right here. And since these guys are in the middle, right, they occupy the positive space, the main position in the frame. It kind of, it's disconnecting them. You remember I talked about that Harold Speed and the variety, unity within a variety, and variety within a unity. It's a very famous, and I'm probably butchering it. It's probably, it's way more elaborate with saying it, but that's something that he talks about a lot in his book. So the unity would be, when you look at this, these are all figures right here, right? These guys, I'm just going to quickly, I don't want to really spend too much time. So these are all figures that are right here, right? So this would be my, let's call this whole thing as my positive space, right? This is my positive space. So hold this part right here, it's what is happening. This would be that unity that I have there, that I talk about. So the unifying factor of all these is that they are first travelers, right, or pilgrims, even you can call them, or if you want to be really specific, these are monks. But that goes for any group of people that goes as together, because you can have a different groupings on your canvas when it comes to composition, right? The very famous and standard one, it's 3 to 2, That's like a very very a standard thing. And what I mean by that, well, I have a three figures, let's say three figures right here, and then I'm countering in with two figures or two objects, right? So that would be something where you balancing it with a that kind of a standard ratios. I like to use 3:2 because that's somehow it's pleasing. I don't know why is it pleasing. It's kind of nicely balancing, because if you have 2 and 2, it's too symmetrical. But the moment that you add a third one, it's somehow it balances out a little bit better. And then, again, I work with and you're gonna hear me talking about this all the time. I work with all three axes. It's Z, X, and Y, right? I work with all three axes. That means that even though I draw on two-dimensional surface, which would be just Y and X, I use in my ideas in the composition Z. That means that if this is a frame of your painting, right? I would take this, and I would have 1, 2, 3 objects, and then I would push this into back and 2 objects. So this would be my front plane, and this would be my middle plane, and then I have also a background. So there could be like a mountains in the back, right? So that would be my on the z-axis. On the z-axis, that's how I picture it, right? So, and when I talk about, for those of you who might not necessarily, I don't want to say struggle with thinking three-dimensionally, I did not for a while. I was, and I'm not saying that I have a problem with three-dimensional space that much, but I did not fully, I was not able to understand what do you mean by foreground, middle ground, and background. And I think that this is what Cezanne actually unlocked for me. And you remember I talked about the Cezanne. So here's the thing. I think about the foreground, middle ground, and background as one plane, another plane, and the third plane behind. So this is going to be number 1, this is number 2, and this is number 3. So this is how I think about the foreground, middle ground, and background. And interestingly, Cezanne was like, all right, so this is going to be my foreground, but I don't need to do background because this is in terms of linear perspective. And the Cezanne did something weird, and I talked about this, that he was looking at the object, let's say the sphere, right? And he looked at it from the front, and then he moved his easel and looked at it from the side. So this would be his side plane. And instead of painting a three-dimensional object, he took the plane and he put it into another dimension. I know this is again, I might be butchering this a little bit, but it's a weird effect that he created, or weird idea. I wouldn't call it weird. It's a little bit more conceptual than, I don't think that that's the right word. What is the word that I'm looking for? It's an abstract concept, right? So that would be something that was really, really important for me to understand when it comes to thinking about these planes. I don't necessarily follow what Cezanne is doing, but it was that contrast that I needed to understand what is that idea of foreground, middle ground, and background in relationship to linear perspective, atmospheric perspective, and then on top of it, creating the illusion of a three-dimensional space rather than just accepting that this is a two-dimensional space as Cezanne did. And instead of me creating illusion, I'm going to see something from the side. Well, I'm going to paint it from the side. So this is something that when I talk about foreground, middle ground, and background, I talk about like a different planes that these figures exist. But since I have that on the one two-dimensional surface, this is still on one picture. So in order for me to show the depth, to move things around, I have to figure it out what's happening here. I really have to always figure it out. And it could be as simple as assigning that one figure, right, it's front of the other figure. Or one object rather, because these are not figures, but I'll make them figures, right? So a front of another. So this would be a very important, this become very important idea for me that I play a lot. There are different ideas how to create this, and we talked about the linear perspective, and we talked about the atmospheric perspective, and the atmospheric perspective is one that really that it's pushing this into that more creative, artistic direction, in contrast for me that it's linear. Because linear, it's simply, you all know the linear perspective is that you have your horizon line, and if you have figures that go into a distance, into horizon, so the one is going to be right here, and this one in the back is going to be the smaller one. That's that linear perspective. We can actually count it. We can make sure that these figures are actually the same height, but in the distance. It's just it's remarkable that they came up with this, because for me it was this is something that my brain, and I remember this from the school, for some reason my brain naturally understands this. I don't know why is it so. I remember that in the school we have mathematics, which is algebra, and then you have geometry and stereometry, and I just loved it. I loved it. For me, when I think three-dimensionally, and that's why I love working with ZBrush so much, because it makes sense when it rotates around. And I like that feeling that I did something, and then I can move with the mouse. I'm not moving my canvas left and right, up and down, but I'm moving the figures in the space with ZBrush. I used to compose a lot of stuff in ZBrush. Because I think that it's incredible tool, and I'm talking about ZBrush. I mean three-dimensional or 3D software, because right now I work more with Blender than ZBrush, for obvious reason, because it's for free. That's what it is. I don't have a license to use a ZBrush these days, so I switched to a Blender. I think that most of the people use Blender right now. I'm wondering when Blender is going to be I wonder when would I have to, what would be the date when I'll start paying for Blender? I think it's pretty close, actually, so mark my words. I feel that they just need to, oh wow, you've been using it since 1997? Crazy. I was not even interested in art in 1997. That's awesome. So you are one of the first, you are one of those first adopters of a new technologies. That's awesome. So that means that you must be really proficient in Blender. So I'm not even going to open the Blender because I'm gonna embarrass myself. It's gonna be, it's gonna be really, really, really bad 3D modeling on Friday. It's just gonna be that. Yeah, that might be actually fun. Maybe we should do this as well sometimes, just for pure fun. Just to see me struggle with interface in Blender and just these vertices and working with points and just oh, that would be fun. That would be fun. I have to think about that. So anyway, since because I'm going on a tangent, but I want to get back to that composition and that stage with the composition that I am in. So this would be the one way, and then I remember observing and dealing with. Let me just close this and continue layer there. There is one particular thing that changed my idea about not to change my idea, where when I started to implement both linear and atmospheric perspective together. There was one article, or maybe book, I don't remember. It's just so many books in the library that I went through, not remembering the names and authors and that kind of stuff. But I still have images in my head. And there was an explanation, or not explanation, there was a picture there. Diagram, let's call it diagram. And it went like this. There is a circle, and if you want to create a three-dimensional space, right? Like in a classic way, on the flat surface. So there is a problem here, because if I put the circle next to it, you can't really tell which one is in front of the other. You can't really tell that. And this is kind of a no-brainer, right? So I was like, okay, I got it. But then there was another diagram. It was like, okay, do you know what? This might have been in the book. Drawing for Dummies. When I think of, because that was my first. No, it definitely wasn't Scott Robinson. Actually, Scott Robinson. Is it Scott Robinson? You're not gonna believe this. Are you talking about this Scott Robinson? Did I just blow your mind right now? You're not gonna believe this, but this is crazy. I mean, you just. I don't know if you're seeing it, so I'm just gonna. Is this what you're talking about? It's sitting right here. I just reached I had it in my it was right here in the drawer. I have kind of a gems in the drawers here and when it comes to books. It was right there. So yeah. I'm way ahead of you. It's just you just made my day with this. Was it a Scott Robinson? No, it wasn't. I think it was Drawing for Dummies. How do you know? By the way, how do you know about Scott Robinson? Isn't he from California? like from Art Center or one of those guys. Am I mistaken? Because I think that I don't know if I don't remember if I met him on some some convention and we were talking, so I got his book. I don't remember right now. Isn't Scott Robinson from California? How do you know about him? Where did you meet his? Or from Otis, maybe from the Otis School Arts of. That's another a big school in Los Angeles. But what I'm trying to say is that that book, it's actually really, really good. I think I met him. I think I met him in like these conventions. I think I might be mistaken because, like I said, it was a really long time ago, and I can't remember everybody. But it might have been. It might have been Comic-Con. I don't know. Maybe I might be, or maybe in the school. I don't know. I don't remember. It doesn't really matter. But I think that so get back to this. Compositional idea in terms of well, no, not the compositional ideas. The difference between linear and atmospheric, or actually rather combining these two. So. There was another diagram there, which was this one. And the question was, what is this? Is this a sphere or circle in this case that is front of the line that is behind, right? Or let me just grab a different color of, or is it more that the same, and instead of going behind, it's a part of this, and then it goes this way, right? Or from the other side, doesn't really matter. So which is it? Is it the first one or is it the second one? And I was thinking about, for me, as someone who you know him through his books. Okay. I didn't know that he's that popular. I thought that I knew that he's good. I really liked his work a lot. Or I still like the work. I'm saying that I really like the work in the book, and it's really. A good way to showcase how far you can get with simple geometry and understanding a geometry. Really good book, really good. I like it a lot. And like you said, he has 2 books. You're absolutely right. So coming back to this, so there are 2 ways how to look at this. One, for me, was automatic. For me, it was automatic. I am 3D oriented. Against someone who is 2D oriented. For me, it's immediately a circle in front of the line behind. There was no doubt in my mind that this is what's happening. And there was another big lesson that I learned from this, is that what I think that it's obvious, it's not obvious to a person next to me because he or she has a different background. That they are, they are extrapolating the knowledge, right? So I felt like, okay, I have to start really, really thinking about it in my art. Yeah. Okay. All right. So yeah, that makes sense. It's just yeah, if you are into this. You're right, there's not so many books that you can get on this subject. So you're probably right that this is probably one of the best. So Anyway, so I will get into this. So I realized that if I am going to assume that everybody automatically look at this line and the circle, I can't. Let me rephrase that. I can't really assume that everybody sees a circle with a plane that goes behind it. That's just me. Coming back to my composition, I really have to be mindful about this. Really have to be mindful about this. I have to make sure that people understand what I'm trying to represent, what is the depth. And I have we mentioned this multiple times, I could simply move the line right here, and then question would be again the same, is let me draw another diagram. Maybe let's use pink. So I experimented, and this sounds like this has nothing to do with composition, but it does. Trust me, it does. So then I just move it up here, and then everybody automatically has to understand that this is a circle in front of the horizon line. Well, not really. It's a circle, and there is a line above the circle. So I was like, okay, well that doesn't work. And all this thing went through my head to trying to get to understand why people can see this three-dimensionally. And most of the time it is because we have that, like I said, there are people that are naturally 3D, and there are people that goes naturally 2D. We have I don't know. It's probably somehow my brain is wired differently than someone who thinks 2D predominantly. I don't know. Another thing is there is not 3D is not better than 2D, and 2D is not better than 3D. These are equal. Make me this absolutely crystal clear that these are equal. For me, I had to go from 3D and learn how to understand the 2D, and you might have a different experience and you go from 2D into 3D. Doesn't really matter. These are both identical, and the important part is that you have to understand both. You cannot assume only because you see 3D, everyone else is going to see it 3D. That was my wrong assumption about the world. And this is a lesson not only in the composition, not only in composition, but also in the real life. If I assume that something is one way, it doesn't necessarily mean that the person right next to me has the same idea, right? And it's okay, it's fine. I just needed to understand that these are equal. So my task from then on was that I have to figure it out a way how to show to person who is strictly 2D oriented that it's three-dimensional. And it's a linear perspective, and it's atmospheric perspective. And it's also the shape design, and how do we work with the shape. So I was thinking, okay, I have a circle, so I'll put the circle next to it, and another next to it. How do I know that these are behind each other? If this is my picture plane, This is what I'm looking at, right, from here. How do I show that these go progressively into a distance? So this is, right now, this would be our z-axis. Z-axis. And this one is x. Right? So I did not really know the answer in terms of atmospheric perspective. I knew the answer in terms of linear perspective. In linear perspective, it would be, I have one circle that is bigger, another one that is smaller, and then I have the smallest. Well, it still doesn't work. Because I can't, they still, for a person that is 2D oriented, these are still standing next to each other on the same plane, right? So the obvious, I know that I'm just, spending too much time with this, but the obvious solution would be, putting one circle behind the other. That's just obvious, and the third behind, right? That's just the obvious solution to the problem. But hear me out, what if you don't want to create this? Right? What if you want to have figures or objects, for this matter, that they're next to each other, but one it's a more dominant than the other, and the problems started to pile on top of each other like crazy. Really, because then I did, okay, so I'm just gonna do this. So I had the sketch, right? I had the sketch, and my sketch started thinking that I have to do this to show that one thing is in front of another. So instead of composing, I started to drawing in a perspective, a linear perspective. This is not a composition. Right? And all my sketches were really more about, I set up the sketch, oh, this is going to be horizon line, and I'm going to create these, two vanishing points, right? Everybody knows this. And I'm just going to show that this is right here, and this goes in the distance this way, right? This is not composition. This is not composing in terms of let me rephrase that. Let me take that all back. It's not that it's not a composition. It is composition, but that's not a first step of a composition. The interesting part is the first step of a composition. It's, yes, you are thinking 3D and you are 3D oriented, but I have to work with the 2D shapes first. I really have to work with 2D shape first and unify everything. So from composition being, let's call this number 1 sketch, it then slowly started to morph. And when I say slowly, I'm talking, well, this is a timeline. This is day 1. So this would be 10 years. That's how slow it went. 10 years. Hopefully, you understand that you don't need 10 years to get to this conclusion. The problem is, for me especially, and I'm going to talk about myself because I don't want to. That's the only example that I can truly use. I understood this with words on a day 2. I just didn't know how to implement it in my work and what it meant. So this might be a very important part of you, and it was definitely an important part in me that it took me so many days, I don't know how many is in the 10 years, out of the top of my head, 3,000, 3,650, 300, 300, no, 3,650. Okay, that's what I was looking for. I couldn't say that number in English. What I'm trying to say is that there's always going to be that learning curve, that you understand some ideas as words, and then you actually are able to implement them into work, right? That's that translation that I was talking about, that we have the idea about painting and creating work of art is that how would I put this? It's that journey that I went through all these things only to go back and understand what's happening on a day two. Because this was, I know, this was the abstract concept that we talk about, abstract, and this is practice. And this is practice. So I understood the abstract idea in creating, how to create a composition. I was not able to understand how to use it and take advantage of it in my own work. And this is something that might be happening to you as well. And it's still happening to me, that I have some knowledge that I cannot use because I don't see the value of it. And this goes back to that idea of, you know, maybe having these bad painting Fridays. When you, on this path, you are so close to, you are really, you are going towards that, towards the goal that you have, and you do not understand that these little detours are actually not necessarily detours. These are just the ideas on the way that needs to be either implemented into your work or disregarded, because you don't need them at this very moment. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're not going to circle back to it and then go forward from that point. That's not what I'm saying. It's that, you know, I have a painting and I'm progressing to another painting. There is a learning process that happened. Always, even though you don't see it, it always happens. You will see it after 100 painting. In my case, it took me 10 years. And you're absolutely right. There is that idea that you mentioned, that the knowledge needs to be baked in the oven before you can eat it. You're absolutely right, and that's a difficult concept to. It's not a difficult concept to understand. It's it's a difficult concept to accept. That's what I'm trying to say. It's a difficult concept to accept, and it took me 10 years to accept it, and I didn't want it to. I was fighting against it, and the reason why I'm talking about this is that if I can. You did the same thing. See, well, you know, I think that every one of us is doing the same thing. Sometimes I feel that, you know, I'm talking about this, and I grab the brush, and I'm doing the same mistakes over and over again, and expecting a different result. So, just to continue with this idea, let me put another layer, and let me maybe bring back. Let me bring back my drawing, my painting. So So I'm looking at my composition right now, and I see something that I really like that it's happening, right? So I have a let me just do this. Maybe a larger brush would be really beneficial. I'm just trying to show something. Just give me a second so I can. Okay, so I just want to show you one thing very quickly. So this is my composition. This is what I was thinking about when I was composing. And it started from the idea that I need to find some pleasing shape that I like. And I did. I stopped thinking about, at the beginning, I stopped thinking about that I need one figure and then another figure next to it, and these are going to be behind. That's not what I was thinking about. I was thinking about that flat shape. I was thinking 2D, strictly 2D. And then I was adding, and that's something that I was talking about with you that, might or might not work for you. Actually, I started with the larger sketch that was this way, and I was thinking about people that are actually walking from the distance into where I want them to be. This is what I was thinking about. This is the start, and this is where they're at right now. That's what I was thinking about. And that was that first original thought about the composition. Very, very first one. And then I moved to abstract ideas, and I started, okay, so there is a group or shape that goes here, and it's getting closer and closer and closer. Well, this doesn't look that good. It doesn't look, it's not really appealing. It's not really, it's not really bad, but I felt like this doesn't work only because it's just like, what is this space right here doing? And how can I work with it? So I decided to add a group of shapes right here, and it's suddenly slowly starting to kind of make sense to me that what I want to do. So I went to another sketch. I went to another idea, and then was, okay, I am going to have a shape that it's connecting, let's A, B, C, and D, that it's going, that's connecting to B side, but I'm not going to touch it with the A side, and I forgot, I won't be able to see it. But then I don't want to connect it to a D side either. No A side, no D side connection. And at this point, it looked to me, when I was thinking about the composition and just the shape, and I talked about that pleasing balance, is that if I have something small on this side, if I put something bigger right here, it's going to balance itself out. And this shape, the last shape that I draw, looked very much like I have the scale, but I have only this. And it was not balancing. Why? Because I was thinking that if it's attaching, this is sound crazy, this is such an abstract way of thinking, and everybody thinks about composition differently. But this is something that helped me to understand what I'm doing when it comes to balance, is that I imagining it as the B side, it's a wall that it's holding something that it's protruding towards, it's protruding here, right? And if there is a lot of stress right here, and it's going to rip and it's going to fall down. That's how I was thinking about that. So I was like, okay, if I want to help this composition, what do I have to do to not make it fall down? Well, this is how how stupid I am when it comes to a composition, like really like basic. I'm really basic. I felt like, okay, I'm just going to hook it right here. Problem solved. It has 2 anchor points, therefore it's just, this is a C, a ceiling. I'm calling a C side or C side. So I'm going to hook it in. That's the cross. That's this. Right? So they're holding it right here. It's attached to that. This not might be the right way to think about the composition, but this is how I started. And this might be exaggerated. Of course, it's exaggerated. But this is basically this is really in a nutshell what I do, how I think when I compose. It needs to work, really, it needs to work as a silhouette before anything else. And then I started to refine the shape in silhouette. So that will be this area right here. I decided, okay, I want to have a feet, one on the ground, one that is pushing from the distance, and then I have 2 other feet. They are closer to each other because this one, it's this figure looks like it's going. This is the one leg, another leg, and another one, it's in the different leg position, right? So this is when it comes to, this is already, I moved from 2D to 3D, 3D thinking. And it might be way too soon in this stage. So I had to get back and stop myself from over 3Ding everything and putting everything into 3D space, and again go back to come back to that flat shape, the 2D, that is so important and pleasing, because if this doesn't work, nothing else is going to work. Nothing else is going to work. And I'm looking at my composition right now, and I see the shape, and you know, I kind of covered it. The shape works. Shape works. I'm pretty happy with that shape. But I can immediately see right now that that I like this. Let me just switch the color. This area on the sketch, especially in this guy, this area immediately, just from this small, I like this, oops, silhouette way more than I like it on my painting, because I just randomly just scratched the things. I did not really follow the exactness. I like this corner way more than I like it on my painting. So I am going to implement the change of the shape of this only because it reads better. It somehow, for some reason, it reads better. It is that, yeah, that's exactly that happy accident. And I think the reason why, and this is going to, we're really going into a like a deep dive into my thinking process, but it's okay, because this silhouette that I created, let's call this, this is going to be A, and this is going to be B. This is going to be B, so we know what I'm talking about. The silhouette in the A, in the picture A, in the original, feels that he's standing like this, like a pillar again. So I have a one pillar, I have a second pillar, I have a third pillar. And they're repeating, and they are, and look what I did, like the distances equal. It's great. This drives me crazy. If I ever wanted to do this, you know, perfect spacing, I would never do it. But this is, yeah, we are here. This is a part of that. This is a part of that a process of that painting discourse, that is so important that, you know, we can share this information. And I, like I said, I really appreciate your input. But that this is what bothers me at my work so much. And you can see how, not how easy it was, but where do we solve the problems with paintings? Not in the detail, right here. And then the idea of this shape, immediately I'm just looking at that, I'm looking at this corner, I'm looking what the foot is. The B shape, he looks like this, that he's peeking out from behind. It's completely different gesture. He feels like it's going this way. So automatically, from being straight, has a little bit more of that curve. That means that he is there. I unify them as a human beings, but then I need to change the postures. I need to change the gestures. I'm sorry, gestures differently. I don't need to make him like this, crazy, just a subtle shift in the posture. It's going to give you enough information for the painting or for the viewer that something is different. It also, the problem is, when I'm looking at it right now, is that if I move him a little bit more towards here, the head, it's going to put the pressure on the one feet that he has. Because right now, since he's standing straight, you want to see both feet on the ground. I don't, you know, how, what, here is the thing, how could, how is this possible that I was not able to see it immediately? Well, the answer is very simple. It's not that I was not able to see it immediately. You are so into that, you know, into the, I'm sorry, I moved it the other way. You are so, not you are, I am so right here, right? So I'm so right here that I can't really see what's happening anywhere else. And I think that that's the problem. I think that that's one of the most difficult things to think about. That I'm painting right now, right here, you know, with the super small brush, and it doesn't even work. So I'm painting right here. I'm doing this. I'm adjusting this. Blah blah blah. La 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 la. And then when I step back, I can't really judge that properly because the only thing that I'm looking at, it's this part right here that I was adjusting. But I have to look at this and compare to this face, this face, this face, this face, this face, and this face. And I have to think about the hierarchy. Is this the focal point? Is this the focal point? Are they the focal point? Is this trio a focal point? There is so many questions. So many questions that I have there, right? But look at this suddenly, this shape looks way better, the outside edge, than what I have here. This is so generic, so staged. And this is that free hand, just feeling my way out through and just connecting things as I please, as some subconsciousness moved my hand. I just felt free to just move with my hand. And like I mentioned, and we talked about this, this might be a happy accident, but you know, it was somewhere there in my brain. Somewhere there it was. I can't really say where. I can't understand, and that's that frontier that I'm talking about. You are standing there at the edge of abyss, and you are looking and you see nothing because everything is, you know, a black, because it's in front of you. And if you just pull back a little bit, you might be able to actually see these mistakes. And this is the reason why I just absolutely love working digitally. This is just, I would never be able to get this just from sitting and sketching on the paper, because I would start with the, and you saw me, I started, okay, so because that's what I do, that's what I am used to. I would be like, okay, this is my frame, and I wanted to actually redraw them. And then you saw me step back, and I was like, oh, wait, I just covered these right here really quickly, and then I transferred it to a side. It will be really difficult to do something like that with my drawing. I actually used to do before the digital medium is working with a tracing paper a lot. So I would do a sketch like this. I would do sketch like this, and I would put a tracing paper on top of it, and you know, maybe add a little bit of this right here, and then maybe push it even lower to see if it works, and maybe put something right here, and then perhaps add something here, or maybe to do some interest right here. And then I would check with the tracing paper. I would go back and forth really quickly, and I would put another. This is a second, and I would put a third sheet of a tracing paper on top of it, and do again another adjustments. And I would be like, okay, this needs to be maybe a little bigger. Perhaps this could go slightly smaller. So I'm just going to erase it, and then maybe this could change a little bit, or maybe I could put like a little dot right here, and this needs to go away. So I would just, go and change it this way. Maybe it has to be this way. Maybe there's some interest that I need to put here. And this is how I would work, like the old school analog. That was for me. And not only that, I would bring, let's say, some ideas from the books, because I was working in the library. I could open the book, and I don't know if this is like a regular practice. It felt to me like this is something that we all do. I opened the book, and I would take a same tracing paper, and I would trace over with the pencil, just to look for these shapes. And that's how I discovered Rembrandt. Well, not how I discovered. That's how I started to appreciate Rembrandt, because like that tracing paper gave me like when you squint a little bit. So certain things were not as obvious, especially the dark areas, because you couldn't zoom in with your eyes. You couldn't focus your eyes on that areas. So you remember I talked about the Rembrandt and that his backgrounds. That's you're gonna start seeing these patterns in the backgrounds. And that was, again, you might think that, oh, I'm sitting in the library, I'm not painting, I am wasting my time. Not really. You're wasting your time if you are not, taking advantage of what is in front of you, and you are not trying to find a way how to implement it into your work. So for those of you who are right now watching this and you are in I don't know, in the grocery store, working behind the counter, because I've done that, as every one of us probably, at one point. There's always a way to take advantage of little small things, and that can help you. If you can't really watch the video, if you can't really watch the stream, if you can't really draw, you can still observe. You can still push yourself forward with these things. And I don't want to sound like I'm preaching here about something. It's just I see a lot of even my friends and our colleagues in school just not complain, but being demotivated because they have to do something else and they cannot paint, and they think that if they would paint more, it would get better. Yes and no. Skill-wise, it will get better, definitely. But then you have to have ideas, and ideas are they might be outside and you don't even know that they are there. Same as I didn't know that this needs to happen and this needs to change. I had to switch to a digital medium to get a little bit more of that feeling. Then again, I'm looking right here, and I feel that this negative shape right here works a little better than the one that I have here. Right? So maybe this needs to go a little bit more this way, a little bit more this way. But I have to be careful, because in black and white it works, but I already pushed this diagonal, right? So I don't want to have two similar diagonals, because this is going to repeat again and I have, this line right here, so I'm repeating it. I have a shoulder right here, I have another shoulder right here. So there is this line that goes right here, right? There's so many repetitions of the same angle, so I have to be careful with that. One thing is to having a negative space that works against that positive. Another thing is then implementing it into actual painting and not ruining the other relationships there, right? So this is the process that you really have to analyze in your own work, because I can't really not that I can't, but this is something that if you work at home in the studio alone, you probably won't be able to. You don't have anybody who's going to do it for you, right? That's simply what it is. Unfortunately, I am sorry to inform you about that, but that's basically what's up. That's what's happening. That's what's happening me. That's what is happening to every other major solo solo studio person. You don't have these outputs. You don't have another person to come to and correct your paintings. You have to be this critical to your own work and willing to just let go. That I'm not thinking about myself. I do, but I'm going to pretend that I don't. As I made the mistakes, and how could be I? So I'm not going to stop painting on this painting only because I cannot resolve a certain problems. You should not stop painting or developing that painting only because you don't know where to go. There is answer there, so I would put it on the side for, I don't know, day or 2 or 3 or 5 or week, or it doesn't really matter, and then work on something else. But I wouldn't think about this being finished, because I know that this is not finished. There is so many things that needs to be adjusted. Like I said, I would rather hate it than being a mid kind of a painting, like nah, right? So composition, so important, and on this stage, on this level right here, where the B is, so important, so important. Another thing that I see immediately right now when I'm looking at that is that this area right here, this area right here, let me just make it a little smaller, that brush. Let me make it red. This area right here, as right now, I'm talking about this. It's not working. And it's not working not because it's first of all, it's a very symmetrical shape that I have to work with, but it also, the pigment that I use, it's actually referring to this. So my eyes are trying to connect these things together, and it looks like it's his garment going out this way. And I created exactly what I was talking about, that I have one sphere and another sphere next to it. And I don't know, I don't know right now, and there is the same plane, that they are on the same plane, right? And I don't know right now if the sphere A is behind the sphere B, or they are next to each other. And this right here, that, let me just maybe do a different color. This, it's something that it's called tangent. And it's like when you have two planes, or two shapes rather, shape A and shape B are meeting in this point. It's such a powerful focal point that no matter what you're going to do, we're directly, if this is your frame, you can put whatever you want right here. I'm going to go immediately into the center, because your implied line, everything is pointing to that direction. And I feel right now that this is kind of a problem when it comes to that division between them, right? So this would be, it feels like this is a one of that, one circle, and on this side, and this is another one. So they're sharing a same line. So they are not one in front of another, but they feel like they're one next to each other. And I want them to be one behind another rather than just one next to another. So that would be, again, as a flat shape, it works, but then when I'm thinking three-dimensionally, it doesn't. So I have to find a solution for this problem. And again, I have multiple ways to do it. I can work with atmospheric perspective, I can work with linear perspective, I can work with overlaps. There is so many different. I can work with warm and cool, right? Because something that is warmer, it appears closer to us than something that is cooler, that appears further away from us. I can also tell that this face is still cricket, and I can also immediately say about this face something that I think that it should go this way, that I should move it somewhere around here. Because why? Check this out. If I'm thinking about this in terms of like a stick figure, it almost feel when I drop the line from the center right here. Why am I doing this like this? Say this is it's hitting exactly the point. You know, you remember what I was talking about, that cannon. It's hitting the point right here. That means that he's in perfect balance. And that's static. It's extremely static. Yeah. So I have a shape, right? I have a shape, and I have another shape right next to it. You wouldn't have thought that, me neither. Me neither. I just saw it right now. I just saw it right now. Only because I was, going back and forth like this, and I moved it this way, upside down, and I'm looking at it right now upside down, and I can see that it is like too balanced, way too balanced. And same goes for this guy. He's also the same perfect balance, because what? Because they were teaching us all the time in the school that if you have a contrapposto, you have to have that. But these guys are moving. There might be some rock underneath his feet. So he needs to shift his weight a little bit, which creates the feeling of motion. So I did everything with this figure, the main figure. I did everything against the composition, against the feeling of motion. Why? Well, because here's the thing. I put him straight upside down, straight vertical. Not only that, I placed everything on that vertical, and everything is facing the same direction, right? So I don't have a twist in the body, I don't have a twist in the shoulders, I don't have a twist in the pelvis. That's why he seemed static to me. And it was so obvious. How could I not see that? Right? So what I'm trying to say is that let's go back to upside down. So if I were to draw him, right, anatomically right now, not as a shape, I design him in the way that if I'm just going to work with cubes, right? So idea is that I have this is where his eyes are, right? give me a second, I'm just trying to, okay, this can go like so, it doesn't really matter. Okay, don't think about the proportions right now. I want to do certain thing. And then these are the hands. Okay. So what I'm trying to do right now is that to prove you, not prove you, to show you the mistake, right? So I have a face, right? That is a frontal view. This is the shadow underneath that cube. I have a rib cage that is a frontal view. I have a pelvis that is a frontal view. I have one knee that is a frontal view, and I have another knee that is a frontal view. Then I have arms that are going also symmetrically. And everything is frontal. That means that all of this is not only on one line, it's in terms of that, you know, he's supporting his self in a balance. Everything is facing forward. So so it's funny that, you know, you have that y-axis, x-axis, y-axis, and z, but my z is right here, so you can't see it. So I flattened that image. This is you see only this. Cute person, you like the person. Okay, well, see, this is what I created, and I thought, for some reason, I thought that if I put the pole on this side on diagonal, it's going to help. The only thing that I did to make him a little bit more believable, I just moved the pole on the side. Can you imagine that I would put pole on his head directly like this? That would be probably the proper solution. That would be probably perfect. I would give myself a check mark that, dude, you just make the worst possible decision that you could. You wanted to show a dynamic movement towards someone from the front view on the two-dimensional space frontally. That's crazy. 10 out of 10. Yeah, 10 out of 10 of what not to do if you want to create a feeling of three-dimensional space and motion and movement and active. So going back to that first initial thought about thinking about these front planes, I'm not saying that it's not achievable to do this. It is. But I put myself into the task that it's crazy. Instead, what I was supposed to do, perhaps put him, you know, diagonally like this. So he's whole diagonal. So it's a little bit more active. Diagonals are diagonals are like the active parts of the composition, the abstract composition. And not only that, I should have done a twist, and probably I was not that I have to show the twist in the shoulders and twist in the pelvis and in the head. But since again I have this all covered, I can't show that very well. So I have to work. No, excuse me, I must just. So I have to show, I have to work with shoulders, I have to work with head, and I think the position for the knee and the foot and this, it's correct. That's okay, it does not bother me. So what I'm going to try to do or think about right now is that I have a head, and the shoulders are going to go this way. Oops. Sorry, so I have a head, and then my shoulders are gonna go this way. This is the motion that I want to do with shoulders, let's say, right? So instead of just looking at the box, and this is the bottom side, which would be 1 point perspective, let's put him into 2 point perspective, and let's just show the side a little bit more, and the top. Top, that means that he's leaning forward. If I show the bottom, he's leaning, so that would be like this. approach of the bottom. He's leaning backwards, right? So he would be this way. So yeah, that's exactly what I was. You are absolutely right, and this is coming back to what I was talking about long time ago. That everything is like a file cabinet. Or this is one file. There is another file next to it. It has to be that way. There is a third file and a fourth file next to it, and there, God forbid, and this is what they do in that So I have a shelf right here, right? There's the shelf. And this is what they do to make it a little bit more interesting. That's as much as we can get when it comes to creativity. And trust me, do this. I don't know if you guys, maybe are, go to office space, or you have friends or family that works in the office, and they have everything like this. Go there and do this to them. There is going to be 100% multiple people that are going to come to this shelf, and I'm not an animator, but I would animate this, and someone would just put it back as it's supposed to in these brackets. Why? Because and this is again philosophical. I don't want to really go there, but I have to. Not because I am, yep, yeah, you know that, yeah, right. Usually, this is what my, what my, in the office I saw it happens. I saw it actually yesterday happening with candles. That there is a table, or the space, and there was the orientation was that one candle was here and one was here. So a person came and moved it here, the candle. So this distance from here is the same as this distance from here, and they are equally spaced. And I was, you got to be kidding me. And the reason why we're doing this, according to scientists, and I don't know if this is true or not, and again, you have to fact check me. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure if this is what really happening is that, and I mentioned this before, because our brain is so bothered by this. Two reasons. First, it reads this and this as one continuous shape, unbothered. Therefore, the capacity that our brain has to give to understanding what's happening here, it's like 0.00001%. The moment you do him dirty and put that brain into the positions that it's here, suddenly it's like in the processor in the computer. Suddenly this number goes to a million immediately, million percent capacity immediately. Why? Well, because this is a straight line for a brain, and the brain does not look here and here and here and go there. It just, this is A and skip all the way to B because this is the end. And then the brain has to go, it goes from A to B, and then it has to go down here, and then here, and here, and here, and then he can attach again himself and go to this way. It's just crazy. Your brain is not want to do that. It's tiring. I want to watch Netflix. That's what I want to do. Right? I don't want to do this. And to add to your comment, that's what you're saying. This is a number one problem. That's on that really physical kind of a brain chemistry and visual, and preserving the energy, right? And simplifying things, because there's so many things that are happening around us that brains are just really working like it's overload of senses that goes towards our brain. That's the first thing. Second thing, and this is about the personalities, I have no control over my life, so I will control this and I will make it symmetrical. That's from psychology. It's crazy, but that's from like the other point of view when we talk about that those differences between, you know, the abstract and a real or physical world. This is about our personalities to being in control, in charge of something. Because if I can correct this and I can come to your home and correct your thing, I am able to control something that, you know, that outside world don't even care about, but my brain needs to have that, or my soul needs to have that other checklist that, okay, I control this. Luckily, I'm here. I save the world. I correct the files. They are all in order and they are exactly the same height as anything else. I saved the world. And that these two things are so damaging to our creativity, not only as being able to create something, but also receive something creative. We have no interest in looking into the depth of the paintings these days because they are static. They're extremely static and they require enormous amount of this brain power to go and examine all these things. That how many times happen to you? It's happening to me. I work with visual, with painting and with visual mediums every day. I go to a museum for 2 or 3 hours maximum, and I go out from a museum like I was working overload with my brain because of so many impulses that are there. And I am trained to look for these things. I am trained to think about these things. I am, you know, that's what I do every day, and it tires me in 2 or 3 hours in the museum. The regular person, and I'm not saying that I'm a superhero. I'm a person who is not from the field of visual art goes to a museum and his brain probably explodes within a 15 to 20 minutes, and it's shutting down because there's so much thing to look at that there's just too many inputs on one place at one time. And I don't think that that's I think that that's why people don't like to go to museums these days, or young people especially. It's how it is. For me, if I go to a museum, let's say like in London, right, National Museum, I went there for a whole week, for a whole weekend. I'm sorry, only because I knew that I'm going to be one room. It's going to be Rembrandt, and that's my whole day. Not the museum. It's a Rembrandt, and maybe I can throw some other. This is what I do when I'm in the museum. I have so let's say that this is a museum, and there are floors. Let's call them floors. So there is on the second floor there's going to be a Rembrandt. So that's my main goal. That's where I'm going. That's what I'm going to see. So this is going to be my main focus. Let's say 1, maybe 2 hours, depends on how big the collection is and what I'm looking for. And then within these 1 or 2 hours, I'm not going to spend them all there at once. I'm going to go 30 minutes there, and then I'll go to a lower floor, and I'm not saying that it's a lower art, but a different floor. In this case, it's a lower floor, the different part, and I would go see, I don't know, icons for 30 minutes, let's say. In between, because I need to different inputs, and I'm focusing on a different things, so my brain can rest a bit, just a little bit. So I don't have that kind of a, I don't do like a, I'm going into a museum and I start with, I don't know, some uh, simple paintings, I wanted to say, and go gradually to the masterpieces. No, I go like this. That's probably the curve that I work with in the museum. This is what I do all the time. This is the only way for me to be able to understand what's happening, because I cannot go 100% for more than 30, 40 minutes. Then I start just losing interest myself for that kind of a strong, and especially when I see the Rembrandt, that suddenly, you know, the goosebumps and the brain is shutting down, you know, there is just going to be that. There is going to be that kind of a incredible pressure of, oh my God, I see my paintings at home, and right now I'm looking at the Rembrandt. I'm never going to be that good, and what am I going to do with my life? It's just, and the whole movie is going in your head, and I would just leave the museum not refreshed and full of inspiration, or, you know, like that kind of a feel of motivation almost, but I would be depressed. I would be depressed. I would be completely depressed. So that's that. You know, again, you know, I went on the tangent because, you know, what else? What did you expect with me? And this is something that you need to do not only. Actually, I didn't go on tangent because I can turn this into a composition idea or composition element. So that's why in painting you have to make sure that you have areas of a lot of interests, that something is happening, and then very quiet, calm things for your brain and eyes to rest. And these also have to work in balance. And when you start really thinking about okay, try it. Just really, you'll be surprised. You can do, let's say you can do I don't know, like a 15th century. Then I like to go to like medieval, because I love medieval paintings. I love icons, but from a different way. I like to look at them. They're so simple and to the point to what they want to communicate. They can be, they have a lot of depth into them and layers, but the visual image, really the you know, when you think about like a really shallow thought, it's very simple. It's just a person that it's centralized with a halo behind. Most of the time, right? So then I go medieval, and then you can go, let's say, impressionism. And then I might go to cleanse my palate with some. Yeah, I don't want to say that that I'm cleansing my palate with Matisse, but I do. I just look at Matisse for a second, and then I'm like, all right. Yeah, medieval art. Yeah. I'll just write it because it just probably got muffled in that captions, right? Medieval art. And then I'll just gonna go and cleanse with Matisse. This is how you write his name, I believe so. Because I'm not a big fan of a Matisse myself. Not saying that he's a bad painter, not at all, but there are two painters that not that I don't like. There are two painters that I I'm not excited about. It's a Matisse and it's a Matisse and Gauguin. Those are two painters that they're not really fitting into my repertoire. I don't know how to say that. I don't really know how to say that. These two are really, which is interesting because I love Van Gogh. I really love him. I really love him, and I think that Van Gogh and Matisse and Van Gogh and I was just talking about him. I forgot his name already. And Gauguin, they worked alongside, I believe, at one point. Or let me rephrase it. Or was Gauguin that invited? No, it was Van Gogh that invited Gauguin into his studio, I believe. So yeah, so this is what I would do. And then, of course, in between, there will be a tea break or a little snack, just because I really want to, I want to give myself these breaks because this time it's not just transferring to another place. It's for me to it's that baking process that we talked about. So I'm baking here, I'm cooking, right? As they say, young people like to use cooking. So I'm cooking right here. All the information that I have from 15th century, I just need to, I just need to sit down on the bench, chilling, and just thinking. Some, crazy thoughts. So this is me. I have a hat on. Right. So I need that little, another $1 million portrait, right? I need to do that, that kind of a, I need to have that moment of internal debate that where I kind of daydream. I don't know how to say it differently, right? I daydream. I'm internalizing. I'm analyzing what I saw, and I'm trying to remember everything that I saw and why I was looking at it and what was so intriguing. And then, don't get me wrong. Then before the exit, I have to go back to see Rembrandt. Just to say bye. You kind of know what I'm saying. Okay, all right. I know. I kind of know what I'm saying. So, welcome aboard to me. Kind of know what I'm doing and what I'm saying. So, do you know what? Let me go get a warmer tea, and I'll be right back. Just a second. back. I have my slightly warmer tea, and I should probably get back to a. Oh, where is there? It is. Okay, the gloves are on again, and while I was waiting for what's happening, while I was waiting for my water to boil, I was thinking about again. I was thinking about the composition and what need to be changed. And like I said, we tend to talk about. Thank you. I'm talking about what I want to talk about right now. It's because you might, you might have seen a lot of videos about what's wrong with the composition, and what are the mistakes and what needs to be adjusted and so on and so forth. But there is a very few, if there is any, where painters or artists are talking about how to or what to do, not how to correct it, but what exactly needs to be done in order to move forward. And I'd like to work on that a little bit more than just talking about theoretically. So we went over a couple things and a couple problems with my composition, or what I perceive as a problems. And what would be right now the way for me to correct these things? Well, as I talk right now, as I'm talking right now, actually, and even when I was standing next to my cuddle, the stuff that the little tool that makes your kettle. Yeah, that's what I was looking for, kettle. I was thinking about what am I going to do with that composition? What am I going to do with these problems that I have there when it comes to composition? Well, the first thing that I do is that I go through my library in my head with the pictures, and I'm trying to find, or rather recall from the memory, a painting, or photograph, or page from the graphic novel, or sculpture, or some other piece of art that I analyzed, and I was analyzing exactly the same problem that I have right now. Well, what do I mean by that? Well, I have a composition. So first thing is that I have a composition. That main idea that I talked about, right? So that would be that really primal shape, which I created here, right? So that would be really dulled down version of that would be this. Like more heads and this kind of stuff right here, right? So, but this is a really dull, watered down version of my composition. But anyway, that besides the point, you know what I'm talking about, so I don't need to really draw it nicely, even though I'm doing it right now. So that would be the first thing. Then there is the second thing that goes from this, And that's what I talk about, that design. And this is, so that will be a second one. So this is what needs to be done right now. I have to take certain parts from my composition, and how did I actually even draw this? Not really symmetrically. So let's do, so let's do it for everybody who has that, you know, problem with things not being lining up properly. Let's maybe even bring the ruler down. Yes, it's on the same line. This one doesn't work. Oh, this one, right? So I have it horizontal, perfectly horizontal. So people that have a problem with what I was just talking about, and they just coming in to the stream, don't get annoyed and distracted with my writing going all over the place. So the second thing would be design, and this is where I have to start recalling things from the memory. Like, let's say something that comes to my mind immediately would be I need to work on the book, right? So the problem is not the book. Problem is the design of the book, right? Let's dissect the problems with the composition, and let's see if we can find together a solution to this. So design, not the book, but maybe rather of the book, design of the book. And because, why? Because the book is part of the larger composition, right? So I have to design the book. So I would be thinking about shape first. And then how that shape translates into 3D shape. Right? And when I talk about the shape would be, I don't know, rotation. Rotation, and also it could be direction, rotation, direction. And, you know, yada, 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 so many. And all of this, is the first step, right? The first step would be the shape, right? And then within that shape, I would look for rotation, direction, size. See, I'll just size. Let's do the size. Because it's belonged to a bigger shape, right? Or the composition. So this is what will go through my head, and then at the end would be references. And I would go immediately through my head. Who are the painters or sculptors or any other artists in that matter that actually work with this kind of elements? And immediately we have a Rembrandt. That goes without the saying. Then, who do I have exactly? Ooh, I know. What's his name? I'm blanking the name. Let me just check. Let me check. Let me check the internet. it's a, how do I look, how do I search, how do I search for something on the internet if I don't know even how to start describing what I'm thinking about? She's a very famous painter. I'm looking, do I have a book about him? I still have a Duveneck in my head, but it's not a Duveneck, but he might work as well. It would be a, I'm really thinking about what's his name. It is a. I don't think he was Baroque. I think he was a little later. And he was Spanish. Ribera. Come on, man. It was a Ribera. Okay, I'm back. My brain was just all about the T. Ribera, for instance, Ribera. And the reason why I am thinking about Ribera, because he has these beautiful, beautiful portraits. Let me bring some up. Maybe we can just really solve the problem with the book. And not necessarily solve the problem with the book, but get some a little bit of inspiration. What would be a... So I'm going through a... Oh, check this out. Like, for instance, this one. This is not really a best example, but, you know, we can still work with it. So, you see? So I have a Ribera right here. And I don't even need to go that far to find exactly what I was looking for. So this is how I approach the problem with the designs, right? And immediately I can tell that this not necessarily is exactly what I can use or not to use. That's not what I want to do, but this would go into my into the library in my head, and also into the library of the stuff that I need for my painting. Plus, not only that, this part, let me maybe even do, let me like butcher this a little bit. I can just take this away and let's work with it. So this would be something as a good example of what I'm thinking about. So this is that, and not only that, I would go even further right now. Ideally, and do a master copy of this. So another step, whether you believe in me or not, I would just sit down. I would just sit down and just do master copy of this. Why? Because this is something that I need. This is something that is absolutely crucial to what I do. I cannot use his hands, because my hand is in a different position. It would never work. So it's not necessarily that I'm going to copy one-to-one Ribera. I'm just going to, maybe what I could use, it's not even the book, because look at the book. I want him to hold something precious. The book that he has there, it's used, and I want new, right? Not necessarily new, but I want to show that, because, well, it should be new because the language is new, right? So that will be kind of the visual a connection that you have with it. But new doesn't mean what I have right here. What I need here, new, it's because it's not new from the point of view of 21st century. I need new ninth century. Right? That's something that I'm looking forward. That's something that I'm actually searching for, and how would I? Well, I could actually leave it here. New 9th century. Right? So, and I'm looking at what Ribera did, right? So I'm looking at what Ribera did, and the materials that he created, or actually the feeling of a material that he created, it's very close to what I need. So I would definitely go into more and more of examples of Ribera, for instance, right? Very famous Spanish painter that I couldn't remember his name. I couldn't recall his name. I know who he is. So that would be one example that I would work on, right? And then not only that, I would probably sketch, perhaps, and even right now in the Photoshop, I would probably give a different rotation to my book to see if this position is going to work better. Because again, I want to create some interest that is happening there. I really want to create some interest. I want to make sure that he's holding it properly, not only anatomically, but also he has like the interesting position when it comes to design and when it comes to shape. So that will be something that I'd like to point out, right? So I would probably work a little bit on that book design, and not only that, I would pose myself with book. Oops. With a book. So that will be something that that will help me. And not only that, you can add to this that you would pose yourself, or I would pose myself with the book plus drapery. That means I would drape something over my hand that would resemble something similar to what they might wear long time ago. So I would see not only the shape and and size and rotation and light, but I also want to see a contrast between A, B, and C material, right? Because this is A is skin, B is a cloth or linen, perhaps at the time. No, maybe the linen was too. I don't know. Maybe it was linen, and then B probably it was. It might have some kind of a leather bonding. Yeah, I'm not sure. Leather cover. Right. I do like one thing that I really like with the Riberas, and that's I would just go what I like. So like, and I can use. It's exactly that kind of a leather feel to it. I like the color or hue. Color or hue, and I also like the play of that shadow. So and the reason why I like that, what's happening there, because it shows a, and you can see it even in my, I started experimenting with the corner a little bit to make a little slight difference. So the reason why I'm looking at that play of the shadow and play of that shadow against that well, this is what I'm talking about, the little part right here. The reason why I'm actually thinking about that shape and that the transition that I showed you is because you have a one flat, very extremely flat surface that if you just cover with paint like this, it's not interesting at all, right? So what he did, Ribera especially, he introduced an interest into that flat shape with a little bit of imperfections and shadows. So suddenly, even though I still read and I'm looking at it as a flat shape, it has some areas of interest that are helping, and this is the important part, they're improving the composition. So the design that I'm creating, it's there to support the overall feeling and overall composition. If this is not happening and these criteria are not met, then I won't ever be satisfied with the composition. Okay, so you cozied up yourself. That's perfect. I get just a warmer tea, and you can see that I'm just like this in my. I had to actually put like a little blanket behind in my back because my chair is just really cold. So I feel you. I hope that you're cozied up. You didn't miss that much. I'm just talking about how to approach the problem with the composition. And I was talking about, two things, and that's composition is number one. And then immediately right after, when I establish these big relationships and I'm satisfied with them, I'm designing the smaller one. And I came with that. You don't have a tea, so run to get a tea as well, or coffee, or some hot beverage. or maybe it's very popular in my country, and I'm not promoting alcohol, but they like a warm wine. It's like a special cocktail. I don't know how does it call. It's like a, I don't know. It's like a wine mixed with spices and I believe sugar or honey, and there's like it's mixed together and it's warm. So it's warming you, heating you up from the inside. It's very sweet. I don't really like it because it's w- me too. I mean, but you know, in some countries they don't consider beer an alcohol. Hello to all of my friends from Czech Republic. And there are some countries where wine is not really an alcohol as well, right? People from France perhaps might disagree with me or agree with me that you know that wine is just something. You know, did you have a glass of wine? Um, and some argue that you know a can of soda it's way more unhealthy than you know a glass of wine. So I don't really know. I don't have these statistics, but you know. I'm not again even with the alcohol. I'm not really a purist as well. So I'm not just like, oh, don't ever drink. Well, if you'd like to, you can. I'm not going to stop you to doing it, but moderation is probably the name of the game. Anyway, yeah, as long as you like to enjoy the flavor, then you know that's what it is. You don't need to get hammered every night from wine because it's not really the best way. Trust me, I'm talking from my own experience. I was young as well at one point, and I made wrong decisions. Anyway, enough about my misbehaving childhood. Not childhood. That's not childhood. What is it? Teenage? No. Yeah, I think that you were still teenager, isn't it? When you were 18. Yeah, you're still teenager. Anyway, so I was talking about that composition, and it is it's not always clear how to do and adjust certain things, as I mentioned, and you don't always see it. Right now, I'm looking at this, and I feel that not only that, I feel that my head is misplaced, even like I think it's way too low. So he's like this. It almost feels that way. I'm not sure. I have to look at it. Maybe it's just because of the hair and the position of his beard that it's covering where this is, and this is where the shoulder is, and it feels like it's on this side. So maybe that might be a problem. Yeah, and that needs to probably be clarified as well, right? But anyway, what I'm trying to say, I want to go back to the book because I went through the. Yeah, yeah, we all had that. Hopefully that I'm not the only one who you know made the bad decisions when I was younger. So what I would do with that so where was I? So I said that it's a design, and when we talk about design, it's about the shape, and it would be the first thing. And when I talk about the shape, I thinking about rotation, direction, size, you know, something that is applicable to that 2D shape. And then when I go to 3D, that only when I have these criteria, when I'm met, then I'm satisfied, I would go to 3D and then would try design. So it goes like this. I'm designing within the composition, then I design shapes in that composition two-dimensionally, and then I go and I design these shapes three-dimensionally. So it's like a checklist. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, and I would go through that library in my head, and I would try to find the appropriate example to this. And this is not the appropriate example in terms of what I do, but this is darn close to what I'm working on. That means that at one point Ribera probably had the same problems that I do, and he decided to solve it this way. I'm going to analyze what he did, and I'm going to ask myself, why did he chose this position, right? This is the original painting. So I would ask myself, like, what's this? Why is he doing this? And look at, and we can actually look at his composition, and he's doing the same thing that I talked about. Look at the frame, right? Oops. Let me just make it a little more. His portrait, it's straight up and down. He put the head and the book and the hands on one line right here, almost on one line. He even exaggerated with the neck, that he did the opening right here, because he is leading you down to the book, to a hand. But then the next, what he's doing, and this is really interesting, with the background, he's pushing diagonal. And another thing is, he is unifying the background with a foreground, with that diagonal push of that shoulder, right? So this is the active part of otherwise boring up and down orientation of the figure, or the parts of the figure. And hear me out here, because this is probably another. I need to push this a little bit. I need to get closer. This is my interpretation of what is happening with the composition. If there would be someone else, or some other painter or artist, he might see something different that interests him, and something different that might grabbing to that idea of how he or she composed paintings. I see diagonals all the time, and because I'm actively looking for those diagonals, because they are extremely important for me in terms of composition. For some reason, diagonals always gives me a little bit more of that action happening. And he also, and then there is another part, that when you look at his head, it's tilted in that direction of a diagonal. Oh, okay. Thanks. I just want to read your comment for those of you who just listening. I love how you analyze all classical master paintings, focusing on the subject you wish to solve. The book, for example, I should do that. Well, that's what I was just getting to, and you're 1 or 2 steps ahead of me already, and I really like that. It's that we are so, and when I say we, I'm going to again take it back and talk about myself. I am so focused on what I'm doing with my painting that I'm forgetting that we already invented wheel, and I don't need to invent it again. It is there. Yes, you're absolutely holding a crystal ball. So the wheel is already there, and I am forgetting that the wheel is there only because I'm so caught into my problems and into myself. And I'm not really thinking outside of that box in terms of, oh, someone else solved this problem. Let me look at the problem that he was solving, and instead of steal it, let me advance on top of it and push it further. So this is an enormous, or the most important distinction. I am not going to steal and repaint what he did. I am going to take this painting, it's Ribera, so just to make sure that everybody's on the same page. I'm not going to steal it. I am going to study and learn from Ribera. I am going to analyze his work and his mistakes that he did, and make sure that I don't do the same thing. And then I'm going to take that knowledge and push it even further. And there are two ways of thinking about this. Is that either I am going to be either it's going to be beneficial for me and for my painting, or I am going to disregard it, but I have to try to do it, right? Because I can't imagine right now how would I paint this book. Well, I can take it and put it instead of mine, right? I can do that, and I can just take it and use this as a reference, and just perhaps just take the little fragment that I have there and just rotate it to the position that I have in my. And check this out. I could just do this, and then that's done. But this particular thing, if you do this, what I just did, I already know when I'm looking at this that this is not going to fit to my composition and to my design. And the problems happen, and these problems are going to happen immediately, because then if I position this the way, or if I repaint this one-to-one, then this book, it's going to be, first of all, painted in a completely different style that I do, and second of all, then I'm going to start judging everything else that I have in my painting. It's going to radiate like this, based on the book and position that it's not designed for my painting, but it was stolen from someone else's painting. And I'm not saying that it's stolen because, he does not have IP for that, but you know what I mean, was copied. And this is extremely important for you, and it was for me as well, to understand that there is a inspiration, and there is a straight, blunt copying. I have plenty of painters that how would I put this? That I am using and taking their ideas and their stuff, but it's not in terms of I am just going to repaint what's. And actually, I just realized one thing. Ribera even painted. Well, see, this is what I'm going to steal. This is very important. I'm going to steal the nose. And not his nose, not the position of his nose, but the redness in the nose. And I'm going to apply this idea of a redness of his nose in the redness of the nose of my figure. So this is what I'm stealing. I'm stealing that, or actually I could fit it right here, or here, or here, or here, for that matter. Which shows me one thing. Do you know what I just realized? That I have 1, 2, 3, 4 noses the same direction. That's crazy. And that this one would be probably the same direction. Luckily, it's just a mirror reflection. Anyway, before I start crying, being able to do, and don't think about this as I'm torturing myself, but this is what moves and pushes your own art to another level. And if you are not willing to do this to yourself, then you are, that's what I was talking about. It took me 10 years to get to realization that I'm walking nowhere, and I got lost there. How can I get lost in nowhere? Well, it's what was happening to me for so long. And I have to say that there is that problem that we always talk about here in painting discourse, that and it happens to me all the time. So we have a painting, right? This is going to be a starting point, and I'm focusing on drawing, and then everything else trails behind. So this is a start. And everything else trails behind slowly. And by trails behind, I mean I have a drawing. Let me just make the smaller. So I have drawing, and then I have, I don't know, color, shape, or this is, I mean, hue. I don't know, value or tone. And the list goes on and on. It doesn't really matter. If I focus on drawing, I am, for now, I am not capable of having same equal thought about the color and the shape at one brushstroke. It's not, right now, it's not happening. And I had to analyze this, I had to understand this problem with my own painting to move forward. Because it was not happening. It was not happening. I thought that my problem is with drawing only because I was not paying attention that, okay, so you draw it right now, do a different painting with the color and focus only on the color and really high saturate everything. Then the second stage would be, okay, right now desaturate everything, ergo you are dealing with the tone. And then look at these different sketches, right? So this is drawing, this is hue, which is color, and this is tone, which is value, right? And combine them together. Like 3 layers, like 1, 2, and 3, into in a digital software. You can combine these through these 3 layers together, and then you get painting. Well, there would be more steps like shape, let's say, right? Designing, composition, yada yada. But that's how I think about it, and even going into even more depth is that when you combine these 3 together, you can start eliminating certain ideas, right? So this might be what I'm talking. This is not really a really good example for that, but this is this. Let me just switch to a different color so it's a little bit more blue, probably going to be a little bit more visible. So this is a drawing right here. Ribera drew this. This is a drawing. I is a drawing. That nose that I talked about is a drawing. The book is a drawing, because he really draw everything, even the pages. You can see the pages right here, right? That's a drawing. Here is a painting. this little piece right here, it's a painting. In terms of how we think about painting these days, or starting with Rembrandt, Velasquez, and then Vermeer, he really hit it really, really high when he started to paint shape instead of drawing a silhouette of the object that he's looking at, right? So that's what's going to happen. Suddenly, your tone is going to take the role of drawing. Your hue is going to take the role of the drawing. But you need to know how to draw in order to place the tone in the right position with the right shape. So this would be these steps that I have to really think about. So I'm trying to solve the problems step by step. My first and foremost always is a composition, then design within the composition. And this is what needs to be done right now with my painting, right? So I have to design the position for the face better. And I need to design all these front planes that I talk about, so they have a little bit of curvature. And ideally, if this is torso and this is pelvis, so ideally, if this is a frontal view, like I mentioned, it would be, when we think about the boxes, who's that famous, I forgot the famous, I'm thinking about right now, who's that famous, This is really crude. Let me just Control Z this. I just got distracted with so it's going to be this way. I'm sorry, I just got distracted with a painter that used these were his sketches, and there's a head right here. There's a neck, and the head could be, it's looking up, so I would get maybe this kind of a orientation for the boxes, right? And then he would go and be like, okay, this is the side plane. This is the side plane on the other side. So you're creating that kind of and this is the side plane of the face, because this is the face, right? So again, I already earned $3 million with my $1 million portraits, right? And then there is obviously legs, right? But I don't want to go into it. So he's creating that kind of a S curve or zigzag with a yeah, so Rich. So you're creating that zigzag within the figure by placing these things a little bit more actively. So I'm creating these diagonals that are active throughout that yeah, well, yeah, I don't know if that's the well, let's say that you're correct with that statement. I'm just going to read it out loud. I need to learn from you and become a millionaire too. It's going to be another insider joke for posts on the X. I liked your picture, by the way. I found out how to do it. It's awesome, and I think both of them are amazing. Actually, all three of them. The skull is awesome. The portrait is awesome, and also your still life. It looks great. It looks great. I'm so happy that you pushed yourself to, just to have fun and really especially with yesterday randomness that you painted. It's just it's awesome to see, you know, the result of these bed painting Fridays. Not only mine, but seeing other people work on them. It makes me really happy. So thank you for sharing that. Okay, back to that composition. So I have, first it's a composition, second is design, and you know, design within, and I'm trying to recall every possible picture that I have in the memory, which comes back to that idea of I am in the museum, and then I have that period of, I don't know, maybe sometimes it's 10 minutes, sometimes it's 30 minutes, sometimes it's 1 hour, because I'm writing down all the thoughts that I have, and I'm trying to internalize and remember and memorize these ideas that I have, because they are so important for me to then recall them and look for a it's like your internal library that you have, or any one of us can build in the head. So coming back to that Ribera, so I would do analysis, and this is one. I would go through 20 pictures that I remember that painters that use a book, and I would go through different styles, right? So I have on the timeline, right? This is a Renaissance, and we go all the way to modern art, because I actually look and search for modern art as well, you know, because you never know what gems you're going to find. It's a little bit more difficult to go through all the bad art that is out there on the internet, but you know, time to time, sometimes you will just find the gem randomly. So I don't want to miss on that gem only because I dislike, I don't know, modern art. It's not true. I'm just giving it as an example, or you know, or abstract art for that matter. I actually take a lot of inspiration from abstract art. I don't like to paint you know, abstract art, but I paint abstractly a lot. Even yesterday, bed painting Friday, really bad painting Friday, was mostly abstract painting. So I would take you know, one example from Renaissance, or 20 examples from Renaissance, doesn't really matter, and then go Baroque, Impressionism, and maybe classical, or what's that, Romanticism, which is one of my favorite, and then Realism perhaps, and then I don't know. And I would go, okay, so I have a Spaniards or Spanish painters, right? The Velázquez, Ribera right now that we talk about, all the way to Picasso, right? Which would be a modern art, or postmodern, or Picasso was what, modern, postmodern? I don't know. We are postmodern. Doesn't really matter. I don't really care that much about, you know, the exact classification, right? And I would go, let's say that I have Spanish, so I'm going to look for Italians, and then, you know, maybe somewhere around the 19th century, there was a, you know, the French academia was so strong, with you know, like these almost lifelike paintings, and there would be who, like Bouguereau, Alma Tadema, comes to mind immediately, like a two really heavy hitters. Perhaps I can check also Sir Leighton there. You know, there is also I could look for Charles Bark, or maybe even Charles Bark. Yeah, Charles Bark. And then I could maybe look into some other painters. Maybe I could go into Eastern or kind of art. I'm talking about like Japanese plates, because they have these beautiful diagonals that they organize compositions in. And I would just do all these things step by step, sometimes in my head, and sometimes I have to really sit down and work it out like I'm working it out right now. But ideally, then when I decide, okay, this is perhaps the closest to what I want to do with my book, then I would do that master copy, a little sketch, and I would work out that sketch in the pigments that I want to, and then I would put it next to my painting and analyze it next to each other. So it would look like this. Let me just do this. And I would just compare it next to each other, and I would think about it. Okay, these are two completely different books, but they have some similar parts. And I would ask myself in my sketch, what are the things that I think that I can implement into this, and what are the things that I cannot implement, right? So let's say what I cannot use, it's the orientation of the book. My book goes this way. Oops. My book goes this way. So this is I see a bottom and I see a side. Whereas his book, when I'm looking at it, it goes more like this way. So you don't see the bottom, you see top. Right? So if I were to start copying this one to one, I would change the rotation from the bottom part being pushed in the back and top part being pushed in the front. It would be the other way around in my. This is going forward and this is going backwards, right? So if we would look on the profile of these two books, if this is a ground plane, Ribera's book, it's orientated this way, so it's falling down here from the top. Mine, it's more like this way. This is exaggerated example, but I hope that you know what I mean, right? This would be the profile. And it goes to the same idea that I have right here to creating that dynamic ideas. I have my figure that is holding back, hinging forward this way because his legs are trailing behind, right? He's supporting the other figure that is right here, standing, doing steps forward. So if I push the book even more forward, it feels like it's going to fall down from his hands. Therefore, I'm pushing it this way, so it's holding it closer to each other, closer to. So he's trying to counterbalance that fall. For example, I'm not saying that this is exactly what I'm thinking about, but this is the idea behind what I'm doing when I'm looking for some answers. I'm not necessarily thinking about stealing and copying it one to one, or printing it and tracing it to my painting. You can do that. There is no problem with that. But tracing of already existing painting to your painting, it's gonna get you only so far. It's ideal to start with, to throw some ideas around, just having fun, just little collage. I do that all the time. It's amazing tool. But then you have to really think about what's going to create your painting better, and what is going to hold it back. And this would, if I'm looking in 10 years behind, I would just copy the book. I would just put the printed or open the book, and I would copy it to where I need. And then I would be angry why my painting is not working, why my composition is so stale, why these elements look like they don't belong to each other. Well, because they don't. it's a good starter. It's a good, if you have nothing, just like I said, like you have just a blank canvas, right? So let's do that. So if you have this, there is really difficult to start. It's really difficult to start. It's almost, this is my Halloween nightmare, as you see right now, the blank sheet of paper. That's my Halloween nightmare number one, no question, no doubt about that. The only thing that I am afraid more than this, and that's irrational fear, are probably spiders. Aliens, perhaps, maybe, I don't know. Just, just having fun with it. Right. So this is the reason why I would probably go and look at this. And let's say that I talked about the Ribera for this particular moment. I'm really thinking about Ribera and how he's holding the book, but that's not. I cannot copy it also from the perspective that he's actually drawing and painting in between the lines of the drawing. It's that. It's something that, not that you cannot do that. I think that Rembrandt and Velázquez, and then after them Vermeer, they pushed it a little further. They started to work with that light rather than just, oh, I'm going to render the book so people see the book and I'm going to show that I know how to paint the book. They were interested at something a little different, and especially late Rembrandt. It's just he completely abandoned. He abandoned everything that I knew about painting, and I think that that's why I like him so much. So this would be another step. I would go through this, and I would go through library in my head about where is the closest museum that I can go and visit during the weekend, so I can see this painting in the real life, and perhaps make myself a trip to museum that would refresh that staleness of being in the studio, locked, and trying to solve the problems without any inputs from outside. Right? So for me, right now, I'm finishing this stream. I'm going to go through the library in my head, and perhaps tonight, and not tonight, that's something that I was planning to do. Tonight, I'm going to decide that, okay, I'm just going to go to a museum. Tomorrow it's Sunday. I'll be in the museum checking on Ribera. So in my case, it's probably going to be Vienna or Vienne, because that's the closest that I can remember right now that I can see a Vermeer, because I want to check some edges and how he actually treated edges. That's a place where I can see Caravaggio, and that's the place where I can see Rubens. That's the place I can see. I don't think that they have Rembrandt as well. So I can see Rembrandt there. So I'm hitting all the boxes already of what I want to do and what I want to see. I'm not saying that this is the only way how to do this, but I like to refresh myself. I like to refresh myself. That just sounds, it's going to be meme out of this. I want to, because I have such a powerful emotion about my painting, about the painting, about Painting Friday. These emotions are there, are fresh. They are immediate, or not immediate. They are strong, and I'll go to a museum and I can compare what they did, and it will give me another. Hopefully, it would give me, when we think about the steps upwards, it will give me the guide how to do another step, because I'm here right now and I need to be here in order to see what's up here, right? So that's what I would do. Or maybe instead of Vienna, I will go to Budapest, because there is a enormous amount of awesome Hungarian painters that no one knows about. I don't even know how is that even possible. And same goes for Polish painters as well. So I might do, and this is what I like about Europe. Don't get me wrong. I mean, there is a lot of problems with Europe, but one thing, it's awesome that, from my city, every direction, if I go 2-3 hours by car, I'm in the completely different country, completely different style, completely different architecture, language, so on and so forth. So just moving 2 hours one way in any direction from my country, I'm in a completely different environment. That would give me a different input to work with. So yeah, absolutely. There is no place like Europe when it comes to this particular how would I put this, arrangement, right? But of course, it has. This is for us right now. I can't imagine, well, maybe not, and it's not working right now either, because we're kind of every country again, we're trying to get to separate it again, because we're kind of tired of each other. That's probably the biggest problem of the Europe, is that, oh, we have nothing to do, let's just make some crazy conflicts between each other. It's just the history of Europe. It's just a constant, oh, you're French, oh, I'm Italian. When you look at it from really like from a distance, from a timeline, and again, I don't want to get historically political, but it's always about just moving left and right. So I was here, and I want it back. Yeah, we need way more Bob Ross, that he has a tree, and the tree needs a friend, not the enemy. I don't know, maybe the paintings afterwards, these trees are fighting against each other. I don't know, but on the camera, they're always a friend, And they have the big trees, they have a small friend, like these shrubs that he's painting, right? And they're always happy trees. I don't know why, but Bob Ross always makes me feel happy. I don't know how he's doing it. I don't know. Maybe when he's flicking the brush. It's just such a funny thing to watch. And I mentioned this yesterday, and I'm going to talk about it tomorrow, and then after tomorrow, probably as well. And it's it's something about that you can tell that he's enjoying what he's doing. And I think it's very, very important to see that. His paintings might be cheesy, I understand that, but who cares if they are cheesy, as long as they make him happy. He's not offending anybody, and if you don't want to watch Bob Ross, don't watch Bob Ross. So I think it's extremely important, and to paint with that happiness. So yeah, so that would be so get back to, because I'm always trailing away from what I'm supposed to do. So that would be another step, to see how the other painters in real life in the museum dealt with that, and then that always. It's sad at one point, because I feel that there is so much work ahead of me, but then I go home and I feel extremely motivated to to get back to work, to get up to speed with these heavy hitters, these awesome guys, awesome painters, right? And again, I would probably take pictures. Perhaps if I have time, I would do a little sketches, and if it's allowed, because sometimes they take my drawing supplies, because they said, no, we don't want you to do that. And there were a couple crazy people lately destroying and damaging art, which I understand that they want to protest, but I don't know how damaging something helps to not damage other things. I don't know. It's just a fighting fire with fire. It's not really what I do. So I'm just sorry about that. Sorry about what? I'm probably not helping here. You mean that we go on these tangents? Don't worry about it. That's fine. That's absolutely absolutely okay. This is actually this is a painting discourse. Well, here's the thing: you're not making me going off trail. I am known for going off trails all the time, but it's part of what I do. Even with paintings, you can see me paint one thing, and then it leads to another thing, and then I go there, and then there, and then there. Just I don't know. It's just it what makes my brain occupied and not bored of something. I can't really sit down and start, I don't know, like drawing the knee. I would die. I'm already dying. Like I would be like this. I don't know. I just, and then, oh no, I'm not going to draw a leg because I'm still drawing a knee. And unless the knee is going to be perfectly rendered, I'm not going to move anywhere else, right? So it's not really how I can work, because I get bored easily with the kind of artificial coloring in between the lines. So you're absolutely fine. It's not about it's not it's not you, it's me. I'm just going to this is probably the first time when it's true. This is probably the first time when the phrase it's not you, it's me, that when it works, or it's genuine, actually, at least. So yeah, we can actually what is it? It's almost end of the stream, but maybe we could do. There is, and I understand this is enormous amount of information to process at once. It's just I just got started with it, and I just carried away, which is going. And then there is another thing that saying it out loud makes this a little bit more real for me, and I can go back to this and adjust certain things that and I'm saying adjusting some or optimizing certain things, right, with the way how I progress, because some of these especially with these steps that I am not able to draw with the tone or value and shape and the color at once, it's really holding me back a lot. And that's why I like to do these exercises, especially with Bad Painting Friday, because I was trying to put everything at once into a brush stroke, with the large brush, just to see how far I can push it. And I like some of the freshness of that. I like to see that freshness and authority of some of these big brush strokes, because they always bring the authority to a you use medium. Okay, so medium brush, you're just gonna go into a really big, large size of a brush. But there is what I was trying to say is that you have the large brush stroke, and it almost feels that it has that authority over every detail, right? So when I work with the larger brushes, I feel a little bit more power, a little bit more responsibility, and it almost feel that I am a little bit more decisive with what I'm going to do, because I have to. With the small brush stroke, and you're doing like the small, like this, and then like this. Well, you can't do it with a large brush. You just you have a large brush, and you're gonna be like, okay, that's it, done. And you can see it in the Rembrandt. Let me just maybe pull some examples about the Rembrandt, because that's a part of that idea behind. Composition as well. Rembrandt. There's a young boy. Yeah, I have that. Let's bring it. So we have that. This is in this painting I saw, and I couldn't believe what I'm looking at. First of all, I wanted to go there and tell them that, guys, this is not a Rembrandt. You're mistaking here in the museum. It's in the Northern Simon Museum in, I believe it's Pasadena, Los Angeles County, LA County. What I want you to pay attention right now, not right now, what I want you to look at and really, really think about it, and get maybe a little bit, yeah, this is Rembrandt. This is unfinished painting of Rembrandt. I don't know if it's unfinished. I thought that it's unfinished. And ideally, you want to get a really, really good, let me check if this painting is on Google Art Project, or Google Art and Culture, rather. It's in the Northern Simon Museum in like I said, in LA, in Pasadena, I believe it's that. Google Art and Culture. Let's go right there. And let's see if I can find it here. I'm searching for this image in, I don't see it here. Well, it's, never mind. I'm probably somewhere here, but I can't find it. What I'm trying to check if whether or not it has a really, really good high resolution picture of that young boy. But anyway, this is going to be for now. You can observe it. You can check it on your own. I don't recall seeing it there. Did you go actually to Northern Simon Museum there? It is. I can tell you which wall it is on. Or it used to be. I haven't been there for almost 10 years. Ah, okay, all right. So arts and culture. Yeah. I'm not sure. I'm not sure either. I'll search. I can maybe do a post with the link if I find some good resolution. Or I can take a picture from the book. I don't know if that's the IP. It's going to be a problem. I don't know. Let's see. So, but coming back to what I was trying to talk about is that check out this. I'm just going to grab another layer. Let's look at this brushstroke. I mean, or this one. Check this one out. That's just not this one. And that's crazy. Check out these ones. Right? So this is when you get into that space where you paint. You don't draw, you paint. Because Rembrandt didn't come to this, like he didn't draw the line here, he didn't draw the line here, and then he didn't put the pigments in between these two lines. He took a large flat brush, or whatever brush he had, and then he went and he just make the brush through. And that's when you start thinking about, oh, I'm painting. I'm not coloring a shape that I draw, right? So that process didn't start this way. It wasn't, oh, I need the belt, so I drew the belt, or whatever that is there. And right now, I know that the belt is, I don't know, brown. So I'm just going to grab a pigment right here. And I know that it's not brown. I know that it's brown, so I'm just going to paint it brown like this. And then I know that it's going closer to me, so I need to go into a lighter value. So I'm going to mix the lighter value. And then it's going even closer to a light, so I'm going with a lighter value. And then even lighter value. And then it's going back down, so you're not going to go, oh, I need to go darker again, and then darker, and the darkest. That's not what he did. He was thinking about this for sure, but that's not what he painted. And it's so obvious. And this is the problem with even with us people that are trying to create better paintings or better artwork. This goes for me as well. Is that this is how I am. This is how am I, and everybody is taught today how to paint. This is how we think about the painting. And then you look at Rembrandt, you don't pay attention to these things, or we don't pay attention to these things because we don't know that they are there. We don't know that this is how he painted. Because we all know Rembrandt as this super rendered, beautiful portrait. Because this, if you just take this is Rembrandt. No doubt about that, this is Rembrandt. Right? And then you would never go here, and I would show you like this part right here. I'm just trying to be, super very. Well, let me just maybe just get rid of the layer, and let's go even closer. So you would never think this is Rembrandt. Glasses, yeah. But you would never, you would look at this and you'd be like, what, you're showing me abstract art. Am I? I don't think so. So I think that Rembrandt was far, far more ahead than we are actually willing to admit, perhaps. I don't know even how to say that. So he like his painting started like this. Even the portrait, I'm positive that it started like this. And then he prioritized. This is the focal point. Let me hit it really hard. Let me hit it really, really hard. I'm just going to give him right now, instead of glasses, he has a, because this is a new age, he has a virtual reality goggles. And he was like, okay, this is the focal point. Let me make sure that everybody knows that I'm a Rembrandt and I know how to paint a perfect portrait. Because even if I die, they will never be able to see what's underneath this. And it's hard to say. I don't remember whether or not he died before he finished it, or this is actually the finished product. Because when you look on the very late paintings of Rembrandt, the bottom part is how he was painting. Let me just bring up that another portrait that I was talking about. Homer that he painted. I don't know if this is a quality. Well, maybe. Okay. Do you see the portrait? This is just on another level. I'm just trying to balance a couple things. And when you look at and you really start analyzing what's happening here, I mean, where is the hand? Where is the hand? There's no hand there. It doesn't need to be. He don't care. He doesn't care, right? What is this? I mean, this is abstract painting. This is, I mean, yeah, I can talk to anybody right now, and who would you, is this a shoulder? No. What is this? This is abstract painting. So, you're absolutely right, so tasty, so on to the point. That's a combination. That's what I'm saying, that he was working with layers. That's a combination. Because you have areas here that are clearly brush, then you have like these scratches right here that might be, I don't know, the back of the brush. I have no idea. I have no idea. You cannot create this texture, I think. I don't know how else to describe it, with the one layer. This is not alla prima painting. And if someone is trying to convince you that the Rembrandt painted alla prima, that just cannot be true. It simply cannot be true. And the reason why I think it cannot be, because you can still see that there was stuff painted underneath this, for instance. He didn't know what's happening here. He didn't care at that point, because the important part, it's here. This is where everything is happening. This and the, oops. Come on. And with the shoulder, this is, when you think about the composition, right? Let me just zoom out a little bit. and get rid of these marks of mine right here. And you think about it, this is a focal point because it's a portrait. Rembrandt knows that this is a focal point, that it's portrait, that's the first thing that your eyes are going to. So what he does, wait a second, eyes, I'm just going to put the most contrast right here. And I'm going to offset that tension that it's right here by placing these interesting parts right here that are so awesome that you can't get away from there. If he were to put the fully rendered hand and this as well, they're just going to fight for attention. He knew exactly what he was doing from the beginning till the end. This is not the portrait of a old man. This is a representation of, for me, absolute mastery when it comes to understanding the importance of I don't even know how to say that. Yes, I wanted to actually compliment you on that decision to just fade your hands into a background a little bit, so you create that visual order of what's important, what's the first, what's the secondary, what's the tertiary, right? But you have to be careful because then you hit it with really hard shapes with a single color, right? A single hue, which is telling me that that's the most important part of your painting. It was risky. It works, but I'm just saying that compositionally, I can, if executed properly, other painters are able to really understand what you're trying to say. Question is, can regular viewer of your artwork, someone who is not interested in painting, understands what's happening? And and that's what I was talking about. That's the difference between you are 3D or I am 3D and someone else is 2D. These needs to equal in importance, because I can't, or you know, I talked about younger painters or students, and they think about composition and it's so complicated. You go through let's say, I don't know how I could think about my composition if I want to. So it's a journey, right? But then there is another thing, is that it's a journey of 2 people, or I don't know, 10 people because of the group. Do I want to show them that these people are barefoot, or they have, I don't know, sandals, right? And then why? Because barefoot is this, and you just go to so many thoughts that you want to get there, that it's so filled with information that only you understand, that the painting falls apart. So you have to you can put all these things into there if you want to, but you have to give them the hierarchy. Rembrandt is giving the hierarchy of all the information that he has there, because the garment is a portrait, hands are the portrait, the background is the portrait, and of course you have a portrait, right? So this is something that I was in the, I believe that I was in, and this has nothing to do, and that's why I love to venture into different venues, not only the museums for painting, but for other stuff, like a natural history museum, or like I was in the exhibition when they were talking about costumes of 19th century women, I believe. So I was like, okay, let me just jump into this and see what's up, what women were dressed and why they were dressed that way. Or it wasn't 19th century, I think it was 17, 18, doesn't really matter. Went there, and that's when, this is how I get the association with the Rembrandt, and it immediately clicked to me what Rembrandt is doing. Or let me rephrase that. It clicked to me what I think that Rembrandt is doing with this particular painting is that, and I found the answer for that in believe it or not, exhibition with some 19th or 18th century costumes, and not even the costumes, the hairdress. What is that? Let me just pull up some. Let me just pull up some other references. Maybe this will help. What is it? So I'm going to try 17. No, that's going to be 18th century fashion. Let me go female fashion. This can be a good example. So let's go. And this is going to sound crazy, but hear me out. Hear me out on this. So we have this is an 18th century costume. And there was I think it was it was written there, and I have that kind of I don't know, it's like I like to read. So I went there and I was reading all these labels that you have, next to things, and then some information and so on and so forth. And then there was a headdress, and this elaborate, like, beautiful hair, and there's like all kinds of stuff that is happening in the back of the hair. And for some reason, there was information that, not for some reason, what is the point of doing the hair like this in the back? It takes enormous amount of time. It has it is extremely expensive. It only complicates everything around you. It's just really, it makes no sense to do this. And then there was an answer, which was it was almost, it's staring into your face, and it was because someone, I don't remember, like a fashion designer or I don't know, like some creative person realized, according to that, that article there, that faces on female are taking enormous amount of attention away from everything else. And it was, if the back of the head, it's completely flat, it's uninteresting, and then you do not actually want to observe a female from, the head, it's not equally important from all sides. And you want to, same as we're looking at the sculptures that we walk around to them, we always, in every angle, we want to find something interesting. So they started to creating these elaborate hairs in the back to offset so much attention that goes to eyes, so ladies can feel a little less. You know how men can just stare at a beautiful female. So it went into a deep, like, analysis about psychology of a man and so on and so forth. I don't want to talk about it, but from purely aesthetic point of view, they were trying to offset that extreme attention to the faces and eyes. And it, to me, as a man, I'm more like a tomboy, okay, but, to me as a man, that, look at female as an object of a desire, not on the object, but, let me finish. I hope that no one cuts me in the middle. This was really, really extremely important to understand. And then see what Rembrandt is doing. He knows that you're going to go to the eyes. If you go to the eyes in his composition, it's going to be another uninteresting, boring portrait. So what he's doing, he's not bringing attention to his face, but to everything else. And check this out. Just to prove this point even further, or not even prove this point, to start the conversation about this in terms of that painting discourse that we have. Let me just do one more example. He puts his eyes into a shadow, this whole thing right here, which is always a focal point. In any case, always, all the time, it's in the shadow. It's supposed to be least interesting thing on his painting. Why? Because he knows that this is the most powerful. So in his head, that's what I'm thinking, and I have a goosebumps when I'm thinking about it. I hope that he was thinking about that. So he's doing this. Oh, you're going to look into the eyes? All right. Well, I want you to look at my ear. And I want you to go back and forth with your eyes because you naturally want to go here. But no, I want you to be here. And he's creating that interest. He's keeping you here so much that you just can't move away. That's why he's the master. Thank you for summarizing, perfectly summarizing what I was trying to babble for 10 minutes about. So I appreciate that. Yeah, that's why he's a master. We don't need to talk about that anymore. He used light to look you the other way. Yeah. And, it's just, I was not understanding this. I wasn't able to understand that exhibition on 18th century hairdress and the little, the information that they have there drawn me towards this to be a little bit more sensible to what he's doing and why is he doing it. And how can I implement this into my composition? So it's not about, painting his face. It's about not painting his face. Perhaps it might be the answer. And I don't know. No one knows. But one thing, it's important. If I don't figure it out in my painting, in my compositions, there is no way that any amount of detail is going to solve this problem. And I know that this sounds a little too I don't want to say crazy, but I can say crazy because this is asylum. But it might sound a little too unreal, perhaps. But now you see it. I talked about it. Now you can see it, and you will start seeing this in the other portraits as well. And I don't want to say that it's like the best, the compositional secret. It's not secret. It's just it's hiding in the plain sight. You're looking at it, and because of Rembrandt, in my case, and the 19th or 18th century hairdress museum, whatever room was there that I venture in, gave me that that answer. And that's also why it's important to go to museums, not only painting museums, but also any other museum. You just go to a I don't know, I don't even know. I'm just trying to come up with the stupidest thing possible. You going for a boat cruise, and you will learn something about the painting one way or another if you're looking for it. It's going back to that Rick Rubin that I was talking about, that he actually pointed out nicely about that he thinks about us as an antenna that kind of absorbing that creativity that it's everywhere around, right? That's that beautiful example of your painting as well, from yesterday, from a bad painting Friday. The chaos. You just painted the chaos. You knew that it's chaos. You knew that this is not something that would probably be like this elevated subject of, oh, I have to paint it, this beautiful, I don't know, whatever setup of important, that I have a vase that I love because I purchased it on that trip. That's your emotions. The chaos that you painted. Right now, if I go to my apartment, I'm going to see the same plates. I am bonding with your painting, not on the visual level, but I'm associating with certain moments in my life as well. Your precious, perfect vase. This is example that you really purchase on the trip with your husband in Netherlands. I know, stupid example, means something only to you specifically. That's not. Yes, you created that the moment that we can relate, and it's that's what the composition is about, to create something that we can all relate on the different levels. One day, maybe I am more messier and I see this as, oh, I should probably clean up. The other day, I might look at this, oh, I am too, everything is too sterile. Maybe I need to venture a little bit more and take that leap of faith. And this idea was kind of floating there, and you just picked it up on that, and you did the beautiful job. And right now you can take that sketch and maybe you can push it even further. That means that the chaos that you have there, you will take that and you will focus on certain shapes, take the shapes, put them into rearrange them a little bit, and you have maybe a portrait hidden in these little pieces. I don't know. I'm just I'm just going brainstorming about how not brainstorming. This is how my brain works and how my brain trying to connect things that they are not usually connectable. I don't know if that's the word. But these are all just an ideas. And since we talked about Ken Robinson, and I talked about him a lot, he is talking about the fact that we are with the children, and since we were small kids, we were forced, or we were taught out of creativity. And this is what I try to use to kind of reboost that creativity, to be to be open-minded, and try these new things with the brush, with the painting, because you're gonna fall into that. Always, even with this, I started with the big brush strokes with the painting, and then I'll go and try to correct it, and I have to go back and again place the pigment on top, and I'm going to refine it because I see a little problem with it. So I'll and it's mushy again. So I have to go and revitalize that over and over again, because my brain is trying to push me into that comfortable mode that I'm comfortable with. And this is where everybody's doing this. So you're fine. Just do it this way. You're fine. You're going to be good. People are going to say it's good. It's nice. It's something that that we like to look at these paintings. Well, yeah, I know, but we're dealing with the. For me, painting, it's something more than just the pretty pictures. That's what I'm trying to say with this. Yeah, yeah, it might be a stage two of the experiment, right? So it would be something that, you know, let me just get rid of this. So I will give you that example that I'm talking about. So I have this Rembrandt right here, right? So I'm going to, what is going on? My keyboard is not working. I hope not. So I rotated 90 degrees, and right now I'm going to put another layer right there next to him, and I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to do the same thing that I did with mine. So I can analyze it better, what he's doing. Little lighter spot right there. I'm grouping all these things together. What is my shift doesn't work? What's happening? Strange. All right. Remember my, right? So I would, oops. Right, so this is what I would just grab another layer for a brush, and I would just start thinking about these shapes. And look how clear it is as a portrait. There is no right? It's just a analysis of that, the black and white that we actually did before. So Rembrandt knows very well that what you're doing, what he's doing. He's aware of that, and he can really play with that. He wants you to be. He wants you to be right there. This is something that is very pleasing, and just to prove it. I mean, you can tell that this is a human, that this is a person. I mean, I can. I don't know. Maybe because I'm looking at these a lot, but on this size, it already works. It really works on this small size. So unless your and mine and any other composition works in this scale properly, really truly trust me, I don't think that we are not even going to get close to Rembrandt's level if it's not going to work here. So I have to always go back to my painting the same way, and really think about that, how to do that, how to make that happen, how to make that painting to not only look good as a rendered hand, rendered portrait, rendered book, rendered cross, rendered these other ideas, but how is it going to work as a whole? That's kind of the name of the game. I think. Let me get a little bit more of that tea because it's getting again a little colder, and I'll be right back. Okay, I think I'm back. I actually completely lost track of time because this is such a um, well, it's an interesting a topic to talk about, and I apologize if I just extended. You know, yeah, this is actually this dark is in my studio. It's an interesting topic. It's just incredibly difficult to describe it theoretically. So now I'm really glad that we pushed ourselves into a kind of a digital setup because there is so much information. There is so many things that kind of I gave you a lot to think about. Yeah, but you know, tomorrow there is no stream. Maybe it will be. No, it won't be because I would like to really. I talked about that museum, so I want to go to see and check out the museum, and maybe I could do stream from a museum. I don't even know if that's possible. Well, I have to figure it out. Um, and that this is, and you know what's the difficult part, or not the difficult part, um, the a challenging part is that this is just scratching a surface of what the composition is, and you know, these are the things that and it's not just me. I mean, painters and historians and you know the fans of Rembrandt extrapolated from information that left after, or the pictures that you know Rembrandt left behind, and not only Rembrandt, Velasquez, and other Titian, and then other great painters, what they left behind to us. So there is so much underneath the surface, um, underneath that, you know, the last layer of 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 um, of that we see, um, that you know this is just a never-ending story of that exploration. And you know, sometimes I feel like uh, you know that I don't have enough time here in this lifetime to understand what Rembrandt was doing. Hopefully one day I'll be just completely in tuned in what he does, but it's not. I'm not there yet. Maybe I am not that I'm you know that I don't give myself enough credit, or you know, nothing like that. I just the every time when I get closer to Rembrandt, it almost feel like he's even further away ahead than I thought. And it's really difficult to just you know be in that position. And I know that you feel the same. I know that everyone who is really interested and truly passionate about art understands this. There is no doubt. There is no one person that I met that I talked to that would say that Rembrandt that paints, or you know, specifically it's into a classical painting, that wouldn't consider Rembrandt as at least top five, or top 10. Okay, top 10. I'm just gonna be because there's the constant discussion, and I have that discussion inside myself. Is it Velasquez, who is the most, you know, like who is really the hero of this? Is it Titian? Is it actually you know, are Italians that are there, you know, like around? I wanted to say like Titian is not an Italian, yeah, but I was thinking more about the Ninja Turtles, right? About the Donatello, Da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Raphael. you know, it's just so many great painters, influential painters. Or is it the El Greco, right? We don't talk about El Greco enough. We don't talk about uh, I not we I always steer it towards the Rembrandt. When they're, you know, after the Rembrandt we have, you know, yes, El Greco, yes, yes. Um, it's another really. He is considered a first uh, post-impressionist, or I don't know how to say it. Not no. He's considered a. He's very popular. Like we have an impressionism, post-impressionism. In the post-impressionism era, they really took a lot of, you know, Cézanne and guys after Cézanne. They're really looking into El Greco as one of the heroes of theirs. Yeah, there's a lot of, well, because you will find the similarities, and they also talk about it. So that's another part, because there is a lot of literature about let's say there is a very famous the Diary of Delacroix that is just so interesting to read. Or there is that book on Vermeer, I'm reading it right now, which is also interesting. There was who wrote it? It's a Hale, I think it was Hale. It doesn't really matter. You can find it. It's a Vermeer of Delft, I think it's called, that book. Um, so and you have these informations about, you know, like extra information about painters. And you can start seeing these patterns that, you know, the way that they live, the things that they were happening around them, incredibly influenced their work in some cases. And in other cases, interestingly enough, you know, their work had nothing to do with what was happening around, right? Probably because they were secluded, or they didn't care. Not they didn't care, they didn't really thought that this is something to pay attention to, right? So you know, you have always, you know, these breakthroughs in painting, and they're happening actually separately. You know, we didn't talk about Albrecht Dürer, for instance, another one of these really important people that contributed to a Renaissance. And then, you know, the most influential, who is the most influential in Baroque? Is it Rembrandt? I don't know. Is it? Well, I think Rembrandt is a little bit post-Baroque. He's still considered in the Baroque era. Same with Rubens. Is it Rubens? Is it Velázquez? Is it Caravaggio, who started it all, or is it Bernini? I don't know. It's just so much information out there that I feel that virtual museum exploration is awesome. That's what I do most of the days. I mean, I can, you know, how how there's a concern about people spending too much time on either Instagram or X, or right now the TikTok or YouTube Shorts. So that's me, but in Pinterest or in Google Art Art. Google Art Project, I still call it Google Art Project, but it's art and culture. I'm just in Pinterest, I'm scrolling for hours. I mean, literally for hours. I'm sitting and I'm scrolling, and I'm just going on these, you know, endeavors with, you know, clicking from one picture to another, to another, to another, to another, and you have that kind of a um, yeah. Well, that's and for me, um, I'm trying to keep that balance. I'm not really good with keeping track with what's actually popular right now, because that shifts and change daily, probably in this era. but there are some ideas that they are, they were true 100 years ago, 2,000 years ago, 20,000 years ago, and probably they're going to be relevant in the future as well. So this is where I dwell most of the time, and I'm not saying that I don't want to give like a shock value to my paintings. I do, but I am kind of it's not my thing. So I might be missing a little bit there, and I should probably, I'm trying to be I'm trying to not disappear into darkness, so I should probably stop. I completely forgot what time is it. So I apologize for elongated this stream or making it unnecessarily long with me going on these rants and tangents. But I'll be continuing working on this. I'll try to maybe squeeze a little bit more of these discussions about the composition, because I think that this is what art needs the most probably right now. In my case, because we have a lot of that kind of first we have the AI right now that is just kind of joining the party, and then we have a lot of kind of a bad art that is happening there, and the only way how to I don't want to say the bottle that is it's just it's not a problem, but the only way how to level the scale or level the playing field is really get into these details. Get into that, really figuring out compositions and pushing these ideas forward, but they have to be on the really solid fundamentals, on really solid ground, and we don't have we don't need to really like I said, the first original artists were cave painters, and from there it's just it's the same thing. It's a dirt on the surface that it's arranged in a certain pleasing way. That's what painting is about. There is nothing more to it. Literally, there is nothing more to it. The question is, can this dirt on the piece of surface communicate on that higher level? And I think it can, and it was proven that it can. It can be not necessarily revolutionary, but it can be timeless. And that's what I'm looking for, and hopefully, since you are here as well, I'm gonna take you on that journey, or you actually want to go on that journey with me, because I'm not, taking you on that journey would be like blind. It's leading. No, what's the saying? One-eyed man is leading blind. No. Well, I'm butchering these. I should probably have a script. Anyway, you know what I mean. It's just I'm not this journey is as much exploration for me than it's for you. And even though I'm saying these things, I'm still internally struggling with what's true from what I'm saying. Not because I would like to, not because I'm trying to lie to you. It's because how many of these theories that I just outburst left and right are actually applicable, and they have a sense and meaning and can move me forward. And which one of them is just me pure faking it till I make it. So I hope that you enjoyed this less painting and more discussing about the composition. It made sense to you? Okay, that's okay. That's well, then we're good. Because that's what's important. Yeah, a nice break from a painting. And like I said, this is this is not a break from a painting per se, it's break from actually applying pigment on the canvas, because we're still in the territory of painting. Actually, we're very much in the territory of painting. This is still painting. And I'm, I am, yeah, I know what you mean. I'm just clarifying it for for scientists, or no, that's not scientists. You definitely have people around you that like to use that. Well, actually, so I'm just trying to put everything into the kind of a coherent thought. So there is a less wiggle room for confusion, right? And maybe someone just jumped into this stream just right now, so I need to always go, into the whole thought rather than just bits and pieces. Yeah, cool. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining the stream, and it was again a lot of fun to explore these things, and I hope that we can continue. You enjoy it? Perfect. So I'll prepare some other ideas maybe for the next time, what to do and how to approach and tackle some other problems. I probably going to continue exploring it through my own painting, because that will just how would I put this? That would I don't want to put anybody into spot. I don't want to use anybody else's of work to criticize. Not criticizing, not even constructive criticism, because there's a different. We all have a different feelings about our work, and I know that I can be extremely critical to mine. Not that I can be, I must be. It doesn't hurt me, because it's just really, it's supposed to help. But I know that some are a little more sensitive than the others. My sensitivity was really beat out of me, not physically, but metaphorically, throughout the different studios and different masters that I was studying under. So yeah, you're right. Some people can be like that. So that's why we're going to use strictly my paintings and the paintings of old masters to dissect. So it's going to be fun, hopefully, especially for me, if I'm publicly publicly dissecting my own mistakes, not only making them in the real. In the real time, but also coming back to them and seeing them how that's just difficult, but absolutely necessary. And I hope that seeing this, you will be critical to your work as well, not just for sake of criticism, but in terms of pushing it forward or making it better or more valuable, more interesting, and so on and so forth. So yeah, it's just it's almost 5. So thank you for joining. I'm just going to disappear in the darkness. It's going to this is the let's call this the light at the end of the tunnel. And I hope to see you. I hope to see you next time. It was awesome. Yeah. So take care. I'll see you later. Bye.